Timed that perfectly for when the ad started. Time for some coffee with cake. I've got the coffee. No cake, I'm afraid. But cheers. Thank you for the hydrate. All right. Well, I got 2.5 minutes for the ads. I suppose I can hop in and just sort of work out where I'm at. But good morning, Faye, Kavek. My name. Hi. Welcome. I hope you guys are doing good. Yeah, I think it's going to be another really grey day outside. Yeah, at least we're going to get a little bit of sunshine here. Alright, I won't do anything, but I will take stock of things. Actually, I'll go get some food. A maze of pipes. Right, trader. What's the trader got? Ooh, trader's selling. You know what? Actually, I think the chocolate bar is one of the things that also gives the 175% boost, and I think they don't. They don't have an expiry date either. So actually, you know what? I'm going to do that. Canned powdered eggs. Really? Yes, it's also about buying the... I could buy the sugar and the cocoa. Obviously, I've got the flour. And the eggs that let me make muffins. 11 cardboard boxes. Silicon. I think I want the silicon at the moment. The steel, I can probably do. 13. Not going to give me much cash, though. 47 potatoes. Now, the potatoes I could definitely sell. I'm not growing any. I just switched all the growing stuff. Like I could put a couple of grow lights up there, I suppose, and switch over to the other side. So I'd get an influx for cash at the expense of water. Who knew? Alright, let's hold off on that one for a second. Liara, hello! Welcome in. Cyberpunks has offended me. Oh dear. You can't rebind control. Oh wow. Really? That does sound like a bit of a oversight. What year is this? Carbon dioxide filter's almost out. Okay. Tell you what, that's a quick job. Ad finished. Oh, okay. Welcome through the ads. Welcome to the stream. Just having a look, see what the situation was across the board. Before I do the next step. What is the next step? don't know. Didn't work that out. Well, I've got a furnace to sort. If I do the furnace, I kind of want somewhere to put the waste gas. I suppose that is the next step. Oh, do you want to finish this off? Low pressure fuel. So I need to do this. I need to do this. Just trying to think if it's worth doing it now or it's the best order of things to get done in. I mean, I'm gonna want all of the system, right? Okay, so what are you gonna want to filter out? Well, carbon dioxide, pollutants. I think give it a, before we automate it, we give it a quick run and we just double check everything that we get. You're a cringe, evidently. Yeah, it's a bit surprising you can't reprogram a controller. I mean, sure, there must be. I would imagine somebody else has tried to do that, right? And somebody would have figured it out. I'm sure there's probably something online where somebody's got that sorted. Right, like physically bring the pipes over. Fuel, do the fuel. Well, I'm waiting on the fuel. At 1.5 megapascals. I need this to get up to 5.5 before it starts doing the work it needs to do. Right. Okay, alright. Already fixed it, just mildly offended by the lack of it by default. Fair enough. Right, so low pressure. Gas fuel. Liquid fuel mixing. Gas fuel. Is where you're going. I think so. How is this going to work? Well. Based on the contents of this tank. So you've already got a pressure regulator that side, haven't you? So yeah, so the question is, I mean, how much do you actually want to keep in there? And what pressure are you going to run it at? 500 kilopascals? A megapascal? A megapascal sounds about right. Right, now the most awkward question. What are you going to call it? Tank, small, insulated. Fuel, gas. Okay. let's load that in. So this one's all using R0. Full tank insulated, that's the one. Right, logic type. Pressure. So the pressure in here is going to determine if the thing runs or not. I mean, the question is, do I want to leave a minimum amount in here? I think there needs to be a check, right? I need to check that the skip mix. Skip gas fuel. Right, okay, so BGT, so if R0 exceeds 1 megapascal, going to skip, asking for a skip gas fuel. Yeah, so we'll do it this way. If you're skipping it, you're turning it off, otherwise you're going. Okay, so there'll be a jump gas fuel here. Additional code there. A little bit of code here, which is going to be SBN. Right, what was it? Is it a pump? Liquid back volume regulator. Okay, so we make sure that's turned off. Liquid back volume regulator. Right, okay. They make sure that's turned off. Okay, so I want to load. So I've already got that information being loaded here, right? That's this one. Liquid fuel. Ratio of volatiles. Ratio of oxygen. Do you need to load 2 of them? That's for the mixing. Those 2 are for the mixing. Okay, so let's check. Okay, first off, number 1, let's look at the amount of stuff that's in there. That's the wrong place to insert that. Right, so need fuel, question mark. Got feed fuel, question mark. So branch if this is less than this is in litres, isn't it? What's the minimum amount of fuel that you want to keep in here? Like 1,000 litres? I don't know. Right, so if you've got no fuel, don't do anything. Right, and then I need you to check the ratio. I mean, I can check one ratio. I mean, I'm checking both ratios at the top because that defines which pump needs to turn on. But here, I just want to obviously know that they're in sync to each other. Right, I'm going to assume that these numbers are correct. I need to double check that. So if the ratio exceeds that... Cedric, hello, good morning. Good morning, good morning. So if the fuel exceeds that ratio, don't mix. But then I could have lots and lots and lots of oxygen in there, and just gonna have to see how it forms really. Is it working? Did the liquid O2 get to minus 170? It did, yes. So I have got 1,790 litres of liquid oxygen at minus 170. So that's all good. That is all good. And it's managing the valve back here. Just to keep it at that temperature. Yeah, so it's all good. Because I was struggling. This network here was getting too hot for this to achieve this temperature, but now all the liquid that's coming through is coming through at well, minus 148. Yeah, so those two radiators are definitely doing the job required. Don't know. And that's working? Yeah. Yeah, obviously the system's a little bit slower. I think this only goes up in like 10 litre increments. This level, maybe. A bit hard to exactly tell how much is in there, but as long as it goes up during the course of the day, that's fine. I mean, it's actively, I can see it's actively releasing a little bit of temperature every now and then, so I presume new stuff's getting into it. Maybe I should write that down somewhere. Now's probably not a bad time to do it, is it? So let me go get a sign, and I'll put the literage down. Then we can go and compare that to the end of day. Hi Jay, good morning. Sheffield trip, nice, cool. Kind of excited. Cool. How much do you need for the rockets? That's a really good question. I'm not entirely sure. Not presumably not a lot. Well, it depends. I mean, no, I can. I probably can answer that question. Probably can answer that question. I don't think because it's relatively low gravity here, right? It's going to be relatively easy. You know, like I can jump 2 meters. I'm a high Olympic high jumper. I don't know what the record is for the high jump. But yeah, there's not much gravity. So if the rocket was fully fueled with fuel, I still don't think it would struggle to get off world. So there's a question of how many of sort of these tanks I could actually fit on it, and I think these are like 250 litres. Yeah, these are 250 litres each. So like what, 250, 500, 750, 1,000. Maybe just double that, and it gives me a little bit of space. So maybe 2,000 litres of fuel. So let's say 2,000 litres of liquid fuel, of which I don't know. At 90. So what's the ratio? It's like 0.7. There's 0.7 and 0.3, I think. No, that doesn't sound right. Well, either way, right? If it's 2,000, it's 2,000 units of liquid fuel. Some of which is going to be oxidizer, some of which oxygen, some of which is going to be volatiles. I'd have to look at the rate. So it's like, was it 22 to 25? Cannot remember. So it's 25 moles per litre of volatiles. And it's 33 moles per litre of oxygen. So there's a lot more oxygen in the litre than there is in the volatiles in the litre. So 33. Obviously I need 66. I need 66.6 moles of volatiles. So divide that by 25. So for every litre of oxygen I've got, I'm going to need 2.6 litres of volatiles. Right. To have a, like, you know, perfect isometric combustion type thing going on. Yeah, so 0.2 sets, so 27% of the tank will be oxygen. So of that, what do you say? 250, 500, 750, 1,000, 2,000. Yeah, so 600 litres, yeah. So I need about 600 litres per launch. And obviously I've got more than that in here. Oh, 1,800. Yeah, it's definitely gone up. I think. Gone up, has it gone down? I've got no. That's why I'm writing it down. I literally cannot remember. 1,800 litres. Right, so that's where I'm at right now. 1,800 litres. Okay, so we'll come and see how much has actually been added at the end of the day, but yeah, I think I need, so for a full rocket, maybe in the region of 600 litres. How are you? Yeah, I'm doing alright, cheers. I had a... back's been playing up the last couple of days, but, sort of... I don't want to say it. I'll say it and I'll do something stupid later on and it'll be not so good. But yeah, not too bad, not too bad. all very much. Yeah, so check your ratio. If your ratio is not correct, skip. Obviously, this only checks in one direction. So perhaps I do want to add the other one. Might be a better way of doing this. So obviously I need a tolerance here, and that's something that I haven't really put in. Yeah, so I need like a tolerance. How closely do we want this fuel mix to be mixed perfectly? But actually, do we I say, do we deliberately push it one way? It is by its very nature going to go one way, because the fuel's going to come out into the empty gas system, the oxygen, or the volatiles. The volatile is going to turn into, which one turns into a gas first? The oxygen. Yeah, the oxygen is going to turn into a gas first. So obviously we're going to lose a little bit. No, well, it's all turning into a gas in the gas system, isn't it? That's the whole point. Yeah, it's just going to be, okay. We just, I'll knock one decimal point. I'll knock, that's a really tight control on it. I'll be fine. We'll see how it goes. I need to sort of see it mixing and then work out what adjustments I need to make where, I think. Mix, question mark. So is there anything else you need to ask before you actually start grabbing it? So do you need it? Have you got fuel to feed it with? So we're going to keep at least 1,000 litres spare. Well, if a rocket launches like 2,000 litres, maybe you want to keep like 2,000 litres spare. How much are we actually mixing? Need fuel. So we got 3,500 litres of fuel. So we're going to store 3,500 litres. We're going to reserve 2,000 litres for the rocket. So obviously that gives me 1,500 litres that I can call upon to turn into gas, which is absolute a shed load by the time it comes a gas. All right, okay. Right, okay, and then, okay, so if this is all good, we get down here and we're going to turn, well, purge valve. Well, the purge valve is going to be based on this, isn't it? Question is, what are we going to call this? This is our liquid pipe analyzer. Liquid, right, can I do that? Liquid to gas. Got no idea if it'll allow that special character or not. And I could put this in here. Put it on. Stick it up here. Liquid pipe analyzer, yeah. Pressure. Benson's yelling again. Need a fuel rocket storage system. Well, that's kind of what this whole thing is. I mean, that's what this tank over here is. That's why we're reserving. So we're only using the top of it. So we're only allowed to use the top little bit for this, and then the rest of it is reserved for the rocket. And obviously these tanks will fill up over time, so there'll be a certain amount of storage of pre-mixed stuff, and then there'll be, like, the feedstock will also be stockpiled, hopefully. So obviously as that drops, we'll be able to feed in new material anyway. Pressure. Pressure the best thing to look at? What do you want to... That was a liquid volume regulator, so that's not going to put more in than required. So you could look at the temperature of the stuff in there. Or... Hold on. Let me just look at this a second logically. So we've got a liquid volume regulator. So this is not going to push more than 10%. At any one time, this pipe network here is only going to be 10% full of liquid. So it's going to be evaporating. As it's evaporating, we're going to take the gas off into this system. Now, obviously, it is going to take one gas in preference to another. I wonder if you want to hold this somewhere. It's all about how quickly this thing can transfer heat into the pipe, really, isn't it? It's not a big pipe. I mean, between these two, this system's going to be kept at a pretty good temperature, actually, I think. Obviously, I don't want this thing continuously filling it up, because as it's continuously pumping out, the oxygen's going to be evaporating first, which means that this is going to get a bad mix in here. So I kind of want the stuff to come out. I want it to get rid of what it's got. Well, I can look at... What's the best thing to look at? Maybe like the ratios in there. You're looking at the pressure currently. I think... Let's look at the temperature. Let's say, as long as the temperature is greater than... So what's the that's going from minus 170 up to minus 50, right? To keep it a good pressure mix, etc. Oh, pressure. Actually, hold on. What is the max pressure? At minus 50, it could be anything you want, because it doesn't turn into a liquid until minus 80, does it? Yeah. So minus 50 is fine. Well, minus 50, minus 80. So as long as it's over minus 80, allow the valve to open. If it's over minus 80, it's still going to be a gas. Okay. Well, what's minus 80? 273. So 193, right? That's assuming that we've no, because it's heating to minus 50. So as long as you're over minus 80, it's all a gas. All right, okay. Well, okay. SGT. So yeah, so R0. Okay, and then we'll send this to the purge valve. This is purge valve, liquid fuel to gas. Okay. So I suppose the question is now, you have got 10 litres of a good mix of fuel and volatiles. So what does 10 litres represent? Well, 10 litres, of that 10 litres, 27% of it is you got 2.7 times 33. Right, so we got basically 90 moles of oxygen in there. And so obviously 2.7. Yeah, so the 7.3 litres of volatiles in there. So 7.3 times 25. So 182.5. So I've got 272 moles of liquid in a 100-litre space. All right, hold on. What did he say? 275. Okay, so I've got 272 moles, 75. We'll round it up. We'll push it up a little bit. And a maximum temperature of minus 50. So that, in theory, shouldn't exceed about 5 megapascals. So if that liquid completely evaporates, it's 5 megapascals. It's a liquid pipe. Liquid pipes break at 6. Let's say something goes wrong and it gets hot. So if I get up to freezing temperatures or 0, the pipe is going to break. But it should clear. It should clear. And in terms of when it comes in, so when it immediately comes in, we're holding it at minus 170. It's only going to be 2.3 megapascals worth of pressure. Well, no, that's assuming complete evaporation. That's not going to happen. But yeah, so under complete evaporation, right, it shouldn't exceed about 5 megapascals. All right, okay. So yeah, so the pipe is safe. The pipe has still got like a megapascal's worth of except you're going to push more material in. Are you? No, because it's going to look at the ratio, isn't it? Can you just fall through? Here you go here. You're looking at that valve. As long as you're warm enough. So what was 193? Did you sort that out? I've got a feeling I didn't. Well, oh no, that's yeah. So it's heating up to -50, so everything over -80 is good. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. All right. So you're turning that valve on as soon as the temperature's good. Well, what you could do just to safely, you could just ask for it to put less material in there. Let's say only 5%, and then you're well within margins. Sorry, who are you asking? You're asking if the fuel mix is good. You're looking at the pressure in there. You're looking at the volume in there. So at some point we need to decide to turn this on, but I think there should be one more check. There should be one more check, and that's on this. That will be... What will that be? That will be... checking the ratio of liquid volatiles. If the liquid volatiles exceeds... Wait, you're going to wait for all of it to evaporate? Yeah, probably. Okay. All right, so what's going on here? So this is where we turn it off. And this is just all this. This is on, this is off. And this is just a little check for this different system. So the you turn off, you turn it on. If you've skipped, you turn it on. If you've turned it on, you jump here and you skip this instruction. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah. Right, okay, well that's this bit set up. The next, let's just set this bit up. This is Fuel warm. Gas fuel. Right, no, it's all warming, isn't it? So it's all warming. Ah, not typing. Right. Obviously, I want one system to take priority over the other. I'd rather. I need to get rid of the heat in the gas fuel line, but not too much. Well, let's just we'll keep it. I mean, you could turn both systems on. So the rate of transfer on this one, not sure. Pipe heater, gas fuel. Yes, that's kind of meant to be there as a backup. Well, first thing is I want the temperature at that tank on the left. What's the tank on the left? The tank on the left is this one. Okay. So if the temperature drops below, so we're looking to keep minus 50. Minus 80 is bad. So yeah. Minus 50, let's say minus 60. So 213. You're gonna send a get the name of that. Pipe pizza, gas. That's the one. Bensonbury get their treats Monday night. I didn't see as I went to look mode, doing something else. Twice over. Kick also gave them some. Cool. Flip of the feeding. I think I was there for that bit. Right. So this is the pipe heater. Have I got a register that I'm tracking? R1 fuel process stage. Okay, so so the other variable that I can go into is R2. So let's make this one. Let's make this one R2. We'll base this on R2. So then we're going to SBN So digital valve. Feel like there should be another check on here. Feel like this is a point where I need to do a little bit more logic. Right, so we've got an emergency pipe heater if it drops below -60. But then this is the one that's going to do the bulk of the work. I need to do a second test, but it's not. I haven't got a second test. Let's just make a note. Let's make a note here. Add second test criteria based on temperature of waste. Don't overcool. Right, okay. So digital valve, waste fuel, heat-ex. Alright, okay. Do that. You should not be on. Why are you on? Run. Got on just to see gas pipe work. What are we blowing up today? Yeah, this is my fuel works. This is my fuel capture and processing and what have you. You should be on because you're registering 0 Kelvin because there's nothing in there. That's got the same issue that this has got. It is because there's nothing in there yet. It's not regular. I'm up to 2.57. What do I start? I think I started at like 1.5 megapascal, so it's gone up another whole megapascal. In the time that I'm here. I need more gas. I need to go put more gas in the system. Yeah, so why is this on? Why this should not be on, right? Because it should be failing on the pressure check. The liquid fuel mixing, gas fuel. So the first thing you do you need fuel? So if it's greater than a megapascal, have you got fuel? Branch if it's less than. So if the volume of this tank, the liquid fuel tank, is less than 2,000, you should skip gas fuel. Well, there's nothing in there, so branch less than. So look at the volume. Oh, I wonder if that's the right... I bet that's the wrong thing to ask, isn't it? That's the wrong thing to ask. Insulated liquid tank. I bet that's telling me the total volume, not the volume of liquid in there. Yeah, so I mean, it's got an atmospheric volume of 6,000. I want the volume of liquid. Volume of liquid. Yes, okay, yep, my bad. There's got to have at least 2,000 litres of liquid in there for it to do its thing. Are you still on? Look, there's no liquid in there. Not a number. Yeah, okay. Fuel! Blowing up! Sounds like Stationeers. Yes. What kind of bomb are we setting up? A clicking one or a flying one? Well, this is definitely a ticking time bomb, right? Because it makes the assumption that I know what I'm doing. Right, I'm going to do a heat exchanger between those two lines as well, I think. It's the pressure release system. Oh, did you must have topped up. Yeah. Look at that. Well, it dumped too much in last time, didn't it? Yeah, that's right. $164, so we're still slightly over pressure in there. And there is nitrous oxide going into the system. We haven't captured any yet. It's going through at 13 degrees. That's at 12. So the air being returned is going back at 23. I need to keep an eye on the temperatures. Right. Well, I need to collect more volatiles. I could do with a bigger space to release them into. I think maybe that's my best bet then, actually. Is let's get a decent space going for that. Oh, I need to keep an eye on the... What about this? Storage. I need to do storage on this as well. Where are you going to place the storage? Just here, maybe? Well, it's probably better than in that space, isn't it? Or just here. I mean, it'd be kind of nice. Got to route it around. Why is this a whole cube? I'm sure I did this as a whole cube for some reason. So what was the thinking behind doing the cube? Just make it a flat wall. So these are going to go up into the roof at some point rather than just here. I'm not honestly sure. Okay, so I can exhaust the thing at the moment, but obviously I'm going to want to capture the... Oh, whoa. Are you? Ah. Well, yeah, okay. Well, I bring it over here. Bring it over here. Then I can do things on it. Right? So I want a... I need more steel. Megapascals, 1.2. Okay, well this is anything in there? No. This is not a bad place for making steel. Need some coal. Right. Urban. Hello. How we doing? Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I think. Good morning. Welcome in. Welcome in. So I've just hooked up my fuel system this morning. Or just well, hooked it up. Right, I mean, it's live. It's just I'm waiting for stuff to come through it. But yeah, I'm taking my liquid fuel and basically allowing it to evaporate, but allowing it to evaporate in such a way that it doesn't turn to ice and break all my pipes. Allowing it to evaporate in such a way that it doesn't overpressurize the pipes. And I'm basically turning my liquid fuel into a good gas fuel mix, which is then going to start populating this, which then means I can start running my combustor and start getting water coming in. I don't have anything on the other end of that, so I don't have anything that's going to reclaim the water just yet, other than this random pipe that basically doesn't go anywhere. And obviously the water going back is also not hooked up. So I need to do that. I think that's the next major thing, that's the next major part of the system to work on. Basically, I've got loops within loops, right? And nothing is set up until all the loops are connected. Because all the loops are going to require the next loop to do something. No explosions. No explosions yet. No explosions yet. But I do need more material. I need more volatiles. So I'm kind of thinking I should if I can get more space to drop them in, right, I can drop more at once. Not that I have any to drop at the moment. But if I get this, like, corridor sealed up, and then maybe get that airlock going, this would give me a nice big volume to dump more gas into, and I can get my second system processing. Yeah, so you're finished. So we're at 156. I pushed this room up to... It was just about to pop, wasn't it? So it was 230? Something like that the last time round. I haven't had much success with the fertilizer. Last time I tried using fertilizer, it didn't work. Can that go in there? No. Oh. This, in theory, should be doubling the yield. You want the seeds from these. Try doing it. We'll see what happens. Are we surviving? We are surviving. Yep. Oh, if you get your pipe over, so how much water we got? 75 litres. I got 75 litres of water in there. Right, plenty of time. Seeds. Yeah, I was going to aim to keep 30 seeds. Yeah, but I'm here now. I'll take these slightly early. Are you doing this? Do you want to replant potatoes? Because the potatoes I can sell. Yeah, I'll take the potatoes. What about the soybeans? Oh, well, they're not even ready yet. Go on, we'll try fertilizer. I've got 2 to feed me if this doesn't work. So last time I tried the fertilizer, these things just sat at this seeding stage. And they would not grow beyond this stage. And just the other thing I'll do is I'll just chuck them through the... I'll chuck some through the recycler and see what happens. If I actually get anything back from it that way. Just out of curiosity. Potato beans. Hello. Welcome. Exatrex. Hi, welcome. Sorry if the name's wrong. Terrible with names. But welcome in, welcome in. It's fine. Yeah, so I think it destroys it, but I don't get anything back from it. Oh no, I do. Something, hold on, something moved. Oh no, it was just a thing at the... Yeah, so it just says recycling it. It doesn't actually... Okay. Okay, so it's a way for me to dispose of it. I mean, I'm getting the nitrogen and the volatiles out of it, which is the main thing. That's the thing that I want. I mean, boosting the plants is just a bonus, to be honest. Is that all the flour? That's half a loaf of bread. Which plant was it that wasn't growing after fertilizer? So this was when I was on Venus. And I think it was all of them. I had a whole mix. But they wouldn't get past the first stage. But then, I don't know, again, I don't know if that was like the Pentium chip. Because I had issues. I had issues on Venus. In fact, I mean, to the point where like the game crashed and I couldn't play it anymore. But I have a feeling that was down to the chip that was in the computer. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens this time. It's going to bring that thing across. Every time I come across here, I keep seeing this. Tempted just to, like, ignite it. I get an ignition? Yes. Right, I didn't get to visualize it, but we just set fire to all the nitrous oxide in the atmosphere. It's turned into nitrogen and carbon. If we can just... This thing's obviously sucking the carbon dioxide out. Leaving the filters still okay. There's a little bit of carbon dioxide over here. I mostly want to turn this back on, but I don't want to put nitrous oxide in there. Well, nitrous oxide is the one thing that you are set up to filter. Maybe I should have left the nitrous oxide. Let the suit deal with it. I don't know. You have to... Because you can kill off plants in real life with too much fertilizer, but yeah, it could have just been a bug. Yeah. I did, yeah. I must admit, that kind of went through my head. It's like, is it, you know, some sort of like fertilizer burn, but... Or it could be the mix. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100%. 'Cause, I mean, obviously that was my first time using the composter. This is my second time using the composter. Don't know. Very slow to... But it's all based on the speed of that pump. So I can add 100 kilopascals in here. Does this simulate the different chemicals in the soil, like vintage store, or is it just single quality? So the soil doesn't really make much difference, but there are there's like a genetics loop on the plants themselves. I think I've got a tablet. No, do I not? Oh, I don't know. I should probably go do that. But yeah, so the plants have basically like a whole load of criteria. So most plants, they're going to need carbon dioxide, and they're going to need a quantity of carbon dioxide per, you know, per time period. So potatoes need 8.64 moles of carbon dioxide per hour. Now, they can operate, so minimum grow pressure is 25 kilopascals, but their ideal is anywhere between 50 and 100. They've got a minimum and a maximum of 25 and 200 where they just don't do anything. But if you want them to grow most efficiently, it needs to be between 50 and 100. Same with temperature. So they got like so freezing. Anything below freezing will slowly kill them. Anything above 50 degrees will slowly kill them. But if you want them to grow most quickly, it's between 20 and 30. You can, so that they have like a tolerance inside them. So you can make them more heat tolerant, and you can breed successive generations to become more heat tolerant. So there's a whole like genetics thing inside them, but this is like the base potato. This is what it likes, right? And it likes so it's the same. So they need a certain amount of light per day, but they also need a certain amount of dark per day. Conversion rate, yes, yeah. So obviously they bring in carbon dioxide, release oxygen. Yeah, don't ask where the sugars for the plant come from, right? It's fine. Can't wait to get into this. Yeah. So obviously, and they consume 0.4 moles of water per hour. Obviously, the water. So the temperature of the water. I mean, these pipes are not insulated, so they're kind of exchanging the temperature with the outside. Yeah, so it's 30 degrees in here. It's quite warm. The water's a little bit cooler, but it is slowly, you can see there's a little bit of energy going back into it. I mean, that's only one pipe. That's only one pipe. That's the whole network. Actually, that is this whole network, isn't it? But yeah, you can see where your energy's going. So it's radiating a small amount of energy out, but it's absorbing energy in, and it's also basically increasing the amount of energy that's in there because it's slowly evaporating. Well, as the plant is drinking, there's a tiny little bit more space in the pipe, which means there's a little bit of space for the water to evaporate into, which means that to evaporate, it needs to take energy in from its surroundings. I mean, it's a tiny, tiny amount. It's not worth worrying about, but yeah. No humidity stuff to work. Right? Nope. So I mean, this atmosphere in here: 40% nitrogen, 56% carbon dioxide. There's a little bit of there's quite a bit of oxygen in here. Oh, it stopped. Yeah, I'm just basically slowly pumping the oxygen out. So it's just a rich carbon dioxide atmosphere, because the only thing that needs to breathe in here is the plants. So I'm just making sure it's got... Oh, I should have shut the ice down. The ice that I'm not carrying. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it's... The plants, yeah, relatively straightforward. Like I say, there's a whole breeding and genetics thing. Where you can... get them more tolerant to... particular conditions. What? Where are you going? I don't know. Long way around. Steel. I was making... That's what I was doing. I was making steel. Making steel, so I could make a tank. Why will I add it? Let's get a... Right, that needs a little bit of copper. Right. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I could do that and just make sure it doesn't ever pressurize stuff that goes through it. Tell you what, give me a little bit of paint as well. That's my last one in there. Which I think I'd rather swap out the other one thinking about it. What's in the other one? Configuration, I think. Hold on, spray paint. Right, so this one is configuration and network. Config and network. Probably go reasonably well together. I'll pop you in there for the time being. Yeah, so this one will allow me to look at the plants and sort of see how they're doing in a little bit more detail. No humidity stuff for the plants to worry about. Yes, you need an atmosphere of at least 1% carbon dioxide. Light intensity is only 80%. Okay. Were these lower? Is I'm not sure now. Was that a smaller model? Are these actually growing? It says it's thriving. So I mean, I'll just do like a comparison between the two. Growing poorly. Oh, why is this one poor? So the growth efficiency is only 40%. Max ideal, 40.7. Minimum ideal, 20.3. So yeah, you can see how it's slightly different. Obviously the light efficiency, 40%. Yeah. Illumination stress, 100 and what? Okay. But it's dropping and the light's on. I don't understand. So it's under illumination stress, but the light is on, but it's getting less stressed. Don't ask me how it works. I've got no idea. Let it sit in the light for a bit. Yeah. Joey, hey, welcome in. Light been on too long? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, the lights just, so these lights come on during the day and go off at night, and these lights come on at night and go off during the day. It'll be interesting to see if... So I thought that the grow lights were basically worked on a one-tile basis, so as long as there's a grow light somewhere on this square, it will provide light for this square. But now I'm wondering if that is actually the case, and it's not slightly different. I'd like to come in and see... I mean, the illumination stress is dropping. It's non-existent for these, so... I suppose look at that light intensity figure. There is nothing this side. Well, we can chuck a... chuck something in there. So the light intensity is 0. So none of the light from here is reaching here. None of the light through the windows is reaching here. So stress figures all start at 0. We'll obviously climb. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they've been growing. I suppose that's been the main thing, isn't it? As long as they're... As long as they're... Oh, has that changed? Still growing poorly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the... If ceiling mounted, they have a 7x6 area they light up, centered on the power connection, going out more on the not connector side. For wall mounting, the range is 5 small grids. 5 small grids? Like that. What, straight? Okay. Okay. What about sideways? Is it 7x6 area sideways? It's like this pre-terrain update. Alright, okay. Yeah, we'll have to... Okay, I'll have to experiment with them a little bit. So I suppose the question is, I mean, can I get them on the ceiling on a too high block and still get light to the floor? And if I do, am I going to be losing... Are they going to be losing intensity? Liquid tank. We are going to want a liquid tank. Leave a little bit of space. Space here. I do want it. Hold on, let's just get an overview of the space that we've got here at the moment. I am going to want a ladder up to this area. Equally, I'm going to want to get around it. I'm going to have this. That's no good. What was wrong with where it was? Another one of those. Jetpack. Jetpack. It's okay. The jetpack's okay now because it's pure oxygen. So I mean, yes, it's hot oxygen that's coming out of it, which will be a little bit counterproductive, but there's not going to be a it's not going to pollute the thing that's around there. All right, tank, heat exchangers. Is the water? Well, I don't know. Is the water going to be cold? Why would the water be cold? Because you're not going to cool it down that much, are you? You probably don't need to heat it back up. Don't think so. Stairs, stairs, stairs. Move all your pipes? No, I do not. I don't want to put them on the left. Fine on the right. Leave them on the right. Okay. What else do you need around here? Well, you need all your storage tanks for all the other bits. That's why you were doing it the other way around, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah, that's why I was doing it the other way around. So I just wanted to double check the stuff that was coming out. Right. Okay. Well, in which case you need to get this working. The quicker you can get this working, the quicker you can step through the rest of the... Go up to 3.7. Like I say, I need 5.5. I started the day I was at 1 point something. Yes, I need to start getting this stuff coming through. It's minus 34, that's fine. All brand new stuff that's going in there. Okay, seal an area up. Get an area sealed. Right. Get an area sealed. Right, hello, welcome in. Don't want to use the jetpack in the habitat now. No, absolutely not. I'm gonna have to have a... gonna have to have 2 jetpacks. Or perhaps even better, 2 suits. Like... An interior suit and an exterior suit. In fact, I may write a code that looks at the contents of the jetpack and will disable the jetpack depending on which environment it's in. $122. Okay, so the pressure's definitely dropping. Yeah, I want a second area. Or you want an ice crusher? Storage. What are the other things you need to consider? Well, pollutants. Right, some fundamental questions, right? Do you want to share this filter with the filter from the waste? Or do you want to do a whole separate carbon dioxide filter? Well, take a step back. Do you even want filters on your waistline? Or do you want to do it all through phase change? That's a good question. So, I mean, pollutants. Pollutants is going to be pretty easy to get rid of. Right? In fact, I mean, I've got to be a little bit careful with the pollutants because I don't want to get rid of them at the same time as the water. But get rid of... I mean, that's assuming they go through. Well, yeah, of course they go through. I think what you need to do is I need to test the thing. So let's test the thing. Alright, how are you going to test the thing? Well, I'm gonna load this up with the fuel that I've got. I need to get them out of the container anyway, because that container is busted. And it's basically a ticking time bomb. Okay. Well, what do you need? I need a connector then. Yep, one of those. And you're going to need a pump to pump it out. Some description. I got a pressure regulator, that'll do. And you're going to want to put it into this orange pipe somewhere. Anywhere will do. Doesn't have to be anywhere. Doesn't have to be anywhere in particular. Of course, somewhere where you've got convenient access to power might be nice. Okay, other one. I feel the game is waiting. It's waiting for me to go and get that other container, and then there's going to be a storm. It's going to break. Oh, it. Do you want to just double check that thing's got power? Right, so you're taking your fuel, you're just going to dump all of your fuel into this line, yeah? Yep, so it's got power, it's good. Go get the fuel canister. Alright, some fuel goes in. The exhaust comes out, right? My fuel doesn't go in just yet. What do you think the best way to do this is? Carefully. You've not got a pump kicking about. You've got a gas mixer. Could double as a pump. Which? That's input 2. Alright, 100% input 1 then, please. Just asking you to do input 1. Really? Fine. Alright. I'm gonna get a pump. Hold on. There should be a... Oh, so the cable's linked there, but it doesn't go any further. Get this moved. Don't want that there anymore. Okay, so the cable comes to there at least. Oh, I can see it. Alright. Okay, we'll do that in a second. IC editor. Yep, yeah, that's what I'm after. Right, okay, I need to put chip in there. Takes time to get waspily cooked with automated furnace. Yep. Yep. Yeah, this one should be pretty good once everything's set up. Yeah, what kind of things do you actually want to query? I need gold for that. I gotta get some gold. Right, okay. Plumbing? Plumbing. And a pump. Need a pump. That was the other thing you came up here for. An alloy now. There is a wasp alloy in there. Yep. Welcome in. Iron. That one needs iron. Right, I've got iron. Okay, that's going to give me a little bit of fuel to work with. Oh, that's actually going to make my heater AC, so it's actually... Why is this on? This should not be on. That's not quite right. This is why I kind of want everything running, because then I can... Oh, you stay in there. Sorry, it's... Oh, don't you need to import it? That's the one that was being edited anyway. Right, so that is my digital valve on my waste fuel heat exchange, this one. You're saying if the temperature is less than... Oh, but you're sending R2. You're sending R... Yeah, it's alright. R0. There we go. That's why. Nice to catch these things before they become an issue. There's a good job there's not any waste in there, isn't it? Yep. Right, 19 degrees, that's fine. So I don't have an active way of cooling this down, but I shouldn't need it, because it should be cold when it comes through. 20 degrees is definitely hotter than... Oh. We'll have a quick hack. I pop one of those on there. It's going to cool its contents pretty rapidly. So this fuel would be targeted, say, minus 50, I think. Got the last 30 moles to pump out. Get ready to take that off. Yeah, if I get it. Volume of coolant I have is not enough to push down 800 degrees, 55 megapascals to 500. Better to catch the issue before the issue catches you. Yes, usually in the form of a fireball. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a fireball. Because when the exhaust, because obviously the exhaust is going to be probably somewhere in the region of about 2,000 degrees, and it would have been trying to heat my fuel up. It would have been trying to. Yeah, well, it would have been heating the fuel up, and it would have eventually gone boom, which wouldn't have been much good. Right, just get it pumped all through. Minus 50, yeah. What you coded? Four megapascals. Oh, this is close. I only got about 1.5 to go. I need more material. I need material in there. You're running at 108. Okay, this is almost back down to pressure it should be at. So slow. Oh, your pressure? A megapascal. Okay. Plenty of material there. Right, minus 20. Last little bit coming out of that. Oh, how's this doing? So we had 1800, 1820. So we put another 20 litres in there. If you expand the volume of this pipe, that will speed the process up. But if you speed the process up, it will also increase the temperature. So the question is, I suppose, how much capacity, how much cooling capacity do these two radiators have? Keep the process to balance that out, right? Yeah, let's drop a tank here. Insulated, yeah, so one of those, but in the insulated variety. Right, so how are you doing? Minus 40. This is almost empty. A little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's not actively trying to cool it, so... There we go. It's on, it's off. I mean, there's plenty of... I mean, obviously, if it's continuously running, then I know it's struggling to keep up, but it's not. It's sort of... Only in... Oh, temperature's good. There we go. That's a bit closer to what it should be when it comes through. There's not enough left in here to make enough of a difference. Yeah, that'll be empty shortly. 50.7. Yeah, it's not bad. Right. So, what are you doing? Well, I need to get in there and do the code. Do you want to do that pre or post? Drink. Shower. I think we'll save the shower for... The shower will be a reward of a job well done. Right. Let's go do that job then. You want to name it while you're in there? I mean, is it worth purging the gas that's in there? I don't think so. Is it? There's a sound somewhere. Not sure. Oh, what about what are you doing? This pipe. Well, this pipe goes to here. I mean, the only thing I can say about it is I'm not happy about the colour. But yeah, you'll link both through. I'll bring this over here. Then if we get stuff in there, we can just degas it. Chip. Chip is here. That chip's got to go inside that machine. Right. This is a little bit risky.
Waste tank critical.
Should have checked your fuel as well. You've just left that in the...
Temperature high.
Depressurization? It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Waste tank critical.
Well, let's not mix them the other way as well either, because then that would be equally dangerous. Yep. Good day. Right, so I've got me a little bit in there as well.
Waste tank critical.
Yeah, there is. Just a tiny smidgen.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, I think you should swap those over as well. Credit. Better to be safe than sorry. I mean, at some point, obviously, I'll have the means to deal with this, but I think for the moment, let's just get rid of it, right? It's an explosion waiting to happen. Huh, pipe broke. Wonder if that combusted inside it. Okay. Lovely quantum door. Quantum door? Both open and closed? Wait, what? What? What are you on about? Confused. It's phasing through the wall and the terrain. Was it? Which one? Oh, this one. This one. Yeah. It's just yeah. It's the way it the way it opens, right? So it slides to the side. It's a little bit. I assume you're talking about that one. Yeah, these are all temporary doors. Don't ask me. I don't know. Right, what are you doing? How's it? Pumping the...
Hunter critical.
Yes. I'm gonna sort that out. Right, I've got to go back in there again, so keep the empty on us. I think having the empties like a good idea for emergency situations anyway. At least at the very least it buys me a little bit of time. Right. Right, you're done, you're finished. I do that before you do this. We're actually going to want to do that as well. Over that. Right. Do go into the shower with my backpack, my glasses, and my belt on. I mean, who doesn't do that? Right. Can't reach the handle now. Oh. Oh. Suppose we could put you on as well. So what's the plan? Good, that's right. Could do the logic on there. Oh, actually, how's this system doing? 600. Yeah, okay, not quite. I need to keep an eye on that. I don't really... It's just literally there for storage. But it's still good. Waiting on this thing. Could be waiting a while. I don't want to just walk off and leave it switched on. Every time I come in here, I just got to turn... I've either got to put it on some logic or... every time I come in there, that's got to be the first thing that I do, is just switch it on and then switch it off when I leave. I'd really automate this light airlock. Space through the wall. No, there's a space for it. Right, I need gold. Yep. I need more volatiles. Yep. I've got fuel for testing. Yep. You want the gold for? Actually, forgotten. yeah, gold and volatiles. Let's go get some gold and volatiles. Then come back. I'll set the combustor up and going. Get the other side of this hill. Oh, see some. Oh, that's something flattened. I got these as well, haven't I? Oh, because they're set on T-Ray, but that's scanning ones. Okay. Is that gold over there? Copper. That might be gold though. Yep. That'll do. Where did you leave the base? I should probably work that out before the light goes. So I don't get lost. Not sure, but there's gold over there. Yeah, come on, let me up. Oh, no, it's not. It's copper. So I'm over that hill, right? Should probably check. Is that my valley? Yeah, that's my valley. Right, okay. You know, if you got the rocket up and running, yeah, wouldn't have to do this. Yeah, but I'm sort of doing this to get the rocket up and running. By the time you get the rocket up and running, you're not going to need this. Oh, I know. It's like catch-22, really, isn't it? Just use the jetpack. Therefore, right. Oh, is that volatiles? Yeah, I'll take... Got more volatiles? I'll take more volatiles. Okay, that'll do it. Oh. Nice. This way, wasn't it? Well, technically I've got one more space left, but... I mean, do you wanna directly fill one of these tanks? This is gaseous volatiles here, isn't it? If I did a ice, I could do an ice crusher and just put stuff directly into that tank. That'd be a good idea, bad idea. Probably want a little bit of code on it because it'd be very easy to overpressurize it, I think. Right, for what it's worth, you give me some of that, please. Can't remember who wanted it, but... Because this is sort of going in the wrong place if I do that. I want to push it through this tank. .42, okay. Probably run out of material to put into it. Well, what happens if you go up? Go up into this. Potentially going to be put in there at the time. Yeah, that would be bad. Whereas if you put it in here, just safe, right? Yeah, you just come out into that pipe there. It's fine. Right, what does this need? Pressurization. Well, you said about putting a script on it. That's not exchanging. One iron sheet. I need an iron sheet for that, apparently. I think I saw some iron sheets kicking about somewhere. Oh, you are probably finished. Yep. Alright, all my fuel is now... now in the system. Right, next. Well, on the plus side, this is going to come back and that will sort out the heater at least. Iron. That needs iron. Right, let's go get some iron sheets. What's this being cooled down to? This is a gas. This is being The heat's exchanged on this system, so it's coming through at like 20. Then you're cooling it down to minus 15? Minus 50? Hold on. Volatiles and nitrogen, cold down to minus 80. Okay. 5.5 megapascals, liquid volumes, nitrous gas, liquid volume plus heat, gas volumes, refuel suit, and fuel. Okay, so it's... Presumably this is going back to like 20 odd degrees. Well, this is coming through at 10. 20? Push it through at 20? Cheers, thank you for the hydrate. Went in at 30. Excuse me, you meant to go in at 30? Could you go in at 20? Much better. Should we push you in at 10? Operation slowed while heating. Okay. So its internal pressure is actually a lot higher. .73. 400 this side. So what's the little number at the top that goes up? Be some kind of pumping out because the pressure just dropped. $600. Sorry, did you just take it somewhere? That side's still empty. It goes 2 places, but I haven't got the second place set up yet. Just like that into the wall. Cross over down the top. Hold on, what way round? Oh, do you have a... I don't. I got one here. Sorry, when does the gas come in? Gas comes in... Right, I don't necessarily want to hook this up just yet. Gas comes in at the bottom. Yeah, let's reroute that little bit of cable. What's for lunch? What? What's lunch? I don't even know what's for dinner, to be honest. Right, let's turn this. Actually, I say that I got some bananas. I'll probably grab a banana. At some point. Yeah, dinner tonight. I haven't got the foggiest. Yeah, if I put you there... Right, okay. Can we get this in somewhere a little bit nicer? Yeah, I mean that works. Yes. a pressure. So 20 degrees. I mean, are you worried about it getting hot? Are you worried about... What are you worried about? All the above? Inton, hello, good morning. Welcome in. Four and a half. It's got 1 megapascal left to go. Don't know if there's much in this line now. There's a little bit. Are you meant to... Shouldn't you be keeping a minimum? No. Because it depends on who gets to grab it first, because you got the... low pressure system. Yeah. Yes, I sort of need to monitor it. Well, as long as there's something, right? As long as there's something in this side, and I can read this side off any of the filters, I can read the output off the filter, then tell it not to activate that if the pressure on the output side of the filter is less than some given amount. Okay. So when do you switch on? Well, when there's sufficient material in here that there is an excess. Yeah, so in some ways this is actually more important than this, actually, isn't it? I think that's what I was thinking, that this was more important than that. Okay. So what do you want? So I want one of these on here. I want to increase that. Temperature's good, fuel's good. So insulated pipe utility. I'll take 4 of them, thanks. Right, were you doing gold? You were doing gold, weren't you? Yeah. Somebody somewhere wanted gold. Print something that I couldn't print. Logic switch, that was it. You may as well do another batch while you're at it. Yeah, so I need to get this system going. Oh, stop. Okay. What colour pipe do you want this? And what are you doing? What are you doing next? Do you start at the beginning or do you start... No, I want to start at the beginning because I want to see what I've got. You want to hop in and do it? Or do you want to do it safely? I mean, maybe, or do you just want to get rid of the heat? Maybe it's safer just to get rid of the heat. But what does that mean? Does that mean the exhaust will be cold? I think what I'll do, I'll hop in there. I'll risk doing it at the temperature it's at. Sorry, what was printing? So I was printing 4 of those. Did I take that down for the oxygen? Was I printing something else? Did I pick it up? Set this thing. Oh, I put it on the... It was the dial, wasn't it? That's right. Right, spray paint. Come on, Storm. I'm kind of waiting on you. Yeah, 4.5. Well, that's stalled at 4.5, hasn't it? That's stalled at 4.5 until you can get some more material in there. Was I dumped last time? 120. Oh, the storm's made it colder outside. So the pressure's probably dropped. Which means that obviously my pressure differential is less. $147. I think it's safe to chuck those two in here. Just as long as the temperature doesn't go up too much. Wow, it's not like this thing's actually doing anything at the minute. Still melting in your hand. It is. 170. 240 is the absolute max. Right, that's all gone now. Obviously when I strike on the airlock, that is going to force it up a little bit. See anything bursting? It's fine. So I can check the pressure on there, right? 183. Yeah, fine. 240 is the... Wow. Anything over 200, I'll start getting concerned. But that should allow me to put a little bit of material through. Oh, it looks... Hey, is it fixed? It might be fixed. Right, soya seeds. Those I am still collecting. Wheat seeds will take... So these ones I got from each. This one, even with the fertilizer, which is should be increasing the yield, only gave me 5. Potato seeds. Potato seeds I will replant. No, seeds. Replant seeds. Grass. Grass I'll keep collecting. Well, it didn't stop it from growing, but it did.
Hunger caution.
I'm going to put a little bit of heat in there. I am going to put a little bit of heat in there. Oh, I only got 14. I think he... Oh, okay, I'm one less than I am normally. I wonder if that's what happens to the vines. I wonder if they just start producing less and less fruit. Maybe it's time to rip it out and put a new one in. $170. Okay. Don't make too much heat. And does it tell me how much it's actually producing? Gone up 0.2 degrees in the time it's taking to process half. It went up 0.3 degrees in the time to process 1. So 0.3 times 14. 4 degrees. It's going to put it up like 4.2 degrees in here then. 170 plus 4. I think it'll be alright. It'll be alright. Right, so nothing for this side yet. Right, let's get food water sorted out and then... Right, tell you what, sell these first. Here, you like potatoes. Credits. Hey, I'm rich. What was that? Oh. So you put so you put 15 in, that's like 5 degrees. You're gonna add, well, twice as much. That's like 10. And then sort of same again. 15. So you're gonna add like another 15 degrees. If I put these in there, that's like another 15 degrees on top of what it is. But the cooling will kick in, so I suppose the question is 20 degrees too much? Will 20 degrees cause the... $71. Don't know. We're up to 12 degrees. 12.2. 170. I think even with putting these in, it'll be all right. Please don't pop my windows. Got 5. What's 1,000? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9,000. I've got 9,000 moles of volatiles in here, which I'd really rather not lose. So actually, when you do the coding for this, there should be a safety check. Oh, well, hold on, isn't that already on there? There should be a check on this. Don't run this unless the pressure is low enough. I think you need to go improve that pump. I need it to take out that gas quicker. Rest Iowa. Hello. No kabooms yet. No, not really. There was one trip into the hot room. That was okay. There's been a couple of fire stack releases, sort of deliberate burning of. I don't want to say waste fuel. I mean, it's not really waste fuel, and I do need to set up somewhere to actually reclaim it potentially, but it was more of a deal with it safely and controlled at this point in time before, like, you know, overpressure events. Yeah, well, not even really an overpressure event. It's just safety, right? Precaution, a precautionary burn of a potentially hazardous mix of materials. The most hazardous bit probably being me accidentally sticking the tank back on my back and forgetting about it, to be honest. I kind of like, well, rather than that happen, what I'll do is just get rid of the stuff now and go from there. I've got to do it again at some point. I'm just chipping away at the other issues I've got at the moment. I need to go on another volatiles run, I think. Get a lot more. I mean, the compost is going to be great at keeping it stockpiled, but I just need so much more material. Was either that or you could do the rocket. I could do the rocket. Or is this not what the rocket that you're trying to work towards? Right, so this should increase the rate at which this fills out. At the expense of additional cooling required. Additional heat production. I should see this switch on more regularly. See if it can handle 2. So if I see it constantly on, then I know that's it's gone past its point of saturation, sort of thing. It's like, you know, it's not able to keep up. You look after that. Well then, let's go see what else we got up here. Go this way a little bit this time. Curious about your condensing manifold. Is that just to capture any liquids in the gas pipe? Yes. Me mining down there? Gotta be a natural hole, surely. Kind of out the way. you should always keep a backup. Sorry, I was just thinking, what happens if what happens, right, if my plumbing's not quite right or my logic's not quite right and I end up blowing the base to pieces? I'm kind of then, I've just then destroyed probably my entire stockpile of gas to breathe. That would not be a good idea. I should probably just make sure that I've got a little bit of backup gas somewhere. It doesn't have to be a lot, but... What's the other chip in here? It's the mining one, isn't it? Well, the mining one's sort of a bit redundant with the glasses. Let's swap that out for the maybe the deep miner and the tracker. Which way did I go? I feel like my base should be over here. Right, I think so. Deep miner tracker just shows you what's available in the area for the deep miner itself. Yeah. Yeah, but if I'm starting to push out a little bit further, then it'd be really nice at this point in time just to say, well, you know, this is still this area. I mean, I think I've walked around this bit before, looking for it, but yeah, it'd be nice to know what's here if I'm out and about. Now I'm not 100% sure. Where's my base? Oh, it is here. Okay. You should up the render distance on the base, right? Alright, let's go start feeding this stuff in. Yeah, I mean, well, this actually, I think if I go out for one more mining trip, that's going to be like the fuel for the rockets sorted, actually. I mean, what sort of pressures are we? 2.3. So obviously all that ice. So I put basically a bout's worth of ice in last time. That's got me up to 2.3 megapascals. I'm not sure what the minimum is before it starts mixing, but I think maybe 5. Maybe I'm keeping 5 in reserve for filling air tanks. It's just like a little pressure thing here, so it feels a bit quicker. Maybe. This needs to be outside, really. I mean, I could come back here and just do a little filling system, I suppose, that goes in. One for inside, several for outside. But yeah, so I had a question the other day where I've got multiple of them, but it's just to stop the stress. So obviously at the moment you can see there's next to no stress, but if I close the valves, you can see the stress goes up. Obviously the system's not particularly stressed at the moment because it's not putting much material in, but you can see the effect that multiple valves have on it. Right, waste. You're ready for testing, aren't you? I am. I'm kind of. I'm scared. That's what it is. I'm scared. I'm scared to go in there. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. You've got to do it. No, but I don't want to do it. I'm scared. You're going to go in. You're going to dial your valve in to 250. You're going to turn the valve on. You're then going to turn the combustor on. How long are you going to turn the combustor on for? As long as I can stand being in that room, basically. Right. Get rid of you. Get you. Go. No ice. All the ice is in the belt, right? All the ice is safely in the belt. No risk of the ice. What about the pipe? I'll do the pipe. Don't worry about pumping it in. Just go. Go, 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 go. 250. On. Building up pressure. Right, you good. On. How long are you going to run it for? Right, 1,200 degrees. Building. Building, building. Off. That's enough to test with. Out. Hot room. Using that to generate water. Yes. Worry about pressurizing it. Right, I need to immediately get out. I need to immediately swap these tanks over. You did turn the combustor off, right? I think so. Well, I'll be able to check that in a second. Right. You did? Yeah, okay. Right. I mean, it'd probably be safe to put this back on, but might as well just empty it fully. Burning off the volatiles. So obviously, as soon as I go in there, it starts to dump the. It dumps the volatiles into my suit, into my waste tank, trying to keep me cool. But obviously, if I've been breathing nitrous oxide, all of a sudden I've got a dangerous combination of nitrous oxide and volatiles in a canister on my back, which is rapidly heating to a temperature where it can auto-combust. So, yeah, it's basically, yeah, I've got a limited amount of time that I can spend in there, and I have to, absolutely 100% have to, make sure that the tank I put on my back is a completely fresh tank. Otherwise, things are going to get explosive very quickly. But yeah, I wanted to big bada boom. Yes, yes. Yep. But anyway, now, okay. So having done that, I can see what gases I'm actually dealing with. So there is unburnt volatiles. There's unburnt oxygen. So obviously pollutants, water. Obviously it's pretty hot. Fine. Carbon dioxide. So this is what I've got to deal with. This is what I've got to deal with. Obviously the first thing we're going to do is take out the water. Water or pollutants? definitely water. So take the water out. Water is in steam. Yes, so all the water in that line is currently in steam. It's currently all a gas. Yeah, if I get that one, I can sort of look at it and see all of it. So it's 1,400 degrees in there. I think this can go up to about 2,000 degrees. So it's predominantly carbon dioxide with a good chunk of water in there, a good chunk of pollutants, and then just trace amounts of unburnt gas. I've got trace amounts of unburnt gas. Hello, Avak, hello, welcome raiders. Hope the stationeering was going well. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope it's good. Hope you got the rewiring. Hope you got the rewiring of the base and stuff all sorted. What is more explosive, your piping or your backpack? Oh, definitely the backpack. In that condition, definitely 100%. Yeah. So is it a bad mix? Is the mix? Well, no, the mix should be. You're assuming that. You are assuming that. I mean, the mix should be alright. Options. Well, I could put a pipe igniter on here. It's still going to give me one of them over the other. Or do you want to try and reclaim them? It's going to be hot. Well, yep, but the first thing you're going to do is cool it down. Yep. You're going to pressure. So I think probably the first thing I probably want to do is just make sure that there is a nice big storage container on this whole system, so it all gets stored. Mana, hey, welcome in. Sorry, Avak, welcome in. So let me give you a shout out. Yeah, hope the stationeering is going well. I'm playing Stationeers as well. I am on Europa. I am playing as a Zrilian, and I'm currently working on atmospheric processing. I've got my fuel plant in. My fuel plant is operational. So this is producing, so kind of this section, so from basically here around to like here is basically all fuel production. So this is kind of like, this is harvesting the volatiles, which I also breathe. So I kind of, this is a bit of a funny process because I'm taking volatiles, which is in my base, but it's a mixture of volatiles and nitrogen up here, right? So I'm taking the volatiles which are in my base, not specifically, not all the volatile, so not all of the atmospheric air is going through this pipe, but this is kind of like an off feed from the atmospheric pipe. Rest of it, thank you. Hope your breath hasn't causing you too many explosions. No, just the one. No, I've sort of been putting it off. I've been putting it off. But I've got a room in here, so I've got my hot room, right? So this is where my furnace is, and this is my padded jacket around my furnace. But to go into this room, I have to swap my tank. Quickly get in here, because I am now breathing out nitrous oxide into this cylinder. As soon as I get in here, right, this is my hot room. So I've been working on the combustor in here, trying to check this. I've got my chip in there ready to program. But I have a limited amount of exposure, so you can see that basically I'm hot, I'm taking damage. It's like 800 degrees outside. I did want to double check that was off. I just want to double check that pipe as well. Right, so come out. Reserve the gas in there. Right, so A, I take damage. So my character is getting damaged. Not recoverable, not too much. But B, once I've been in that room, this, to keep me cool, even in the hard suit, right? Even in the nice suits, it's dumped all of my volatiles into this canister. I am now breathing out nitrous oxide in this canister. So at some point soon, this is going to explode. So that's why I keep the spare. I can now swap it back to the other one. But yeah, basically in here is a hot mix of volatiles and nitrous oxide, just ready and waiting to explode. So I'm going to take said canister and just get rid of it. Yeah, so I don't even need to put a flare there. That'll probably just auto-ignite. Maybe. No, maybe not. No. But I've been bringing like I say, I've been bringing a flare out to... I don't know if I can. I don't really have a fire. But yeah. But yes, explosive mix. What? Wait, what are you doing? Other way. Other way. Blue is out. Blue, okay, right, so I was getting confused by the... That is definitely out, right? That's definitely out. Okay, yeah. It's fine. Yeah, so definitely, yeah, trying to not... It's like you have pre-launch checklists just to exit. Yes, exist in your base. It is very much like that, yes. I'm waiting. I've still got a manual airlock over here. I'm waiting for the moment I don't shut the right door in the right order. I should really go and make this automatic. But, I don't know. It's a little bit of... It's a risk, right? I think chat probably appreciates that. Like, the small accidental chance I blow up my starter base by accidentally leaving the wrong door open at the wrong time. But yeah. So I mean, I've got this is my filtration system. So this is taking the nitrous oxide out of the atmosphere, and then this is kind of like my clean atmosphere that's going back to the base, which I typical logical stuff, right? It's like you do the programming, and then you realise that you've put the wrong register in the wrong place, or you've used a greater than when you should have used a less than. So at the moment, my base is got a little bit high concentration of nitrogen in it, going back to it, but this will sort out over time. I just need to give it a few minutes to run and just get some more volatiles in there. But it'll be fine. This system over here is set to take out the excess nitrogen. In fact, yeah, so this system is seeing, as far as this is concerned, it doesn't need to run because the level of nitrogen in there is less than it needs to be. So that's the air that's going back to the base. So the air that's going back to the base will reduce the level of nitrogen. In fact, actually, this is... No, because you're monitoring it this side, and this side is at 90%, so that's why it's not putting the extra nitrogen in there because it doesn't need to. But yeah, the air that's coming back, actually that's nitrogen low as well because we put extra volatiles in it. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's running. But yeah, so anyway, the bit that I've got working, the bit that I've been working on today is like this bit. So we take some of the excess volatiles from the base, So it's a volatile and nitrogen mix. We condense it down into just volatiles. Is kind of what's happening here. In fact, I've got about half a megapascal. So this is going to kick into action in about half a megapascal. So I'm still waiting for this step to happen. I've been slowly pressurizing this tank. Laziness awaits with a lazy explosion. Yep. It's like dying to a fox. Volume pump on the nitrogen filter going the right way. Yeah, I think so. Yes, yeah. Yes, it is, yeah. Yeah, because this is the system that just takes out any excess nitrogen. So to be honest, this filter will not run 90% of the time, but it's just looking at this pipe network and taking out the excess. But you can see this pipe network branches into a T and everything, so has different places it goes. But yeah. Yeah, so it's happy with the stuff in here. So this pump operates when there's A, no nitrous oxide in the system, and B, when the nitrogen is less than the required percentage. Obviously, if it needs to take nitrogen out, this runs. Will not pump if there's nitrous oxide in the system, but that's fine. And then it goes out, so it gets split here. So I've got a low pressure system for the base, and then the excess back here is for getting this to work. Like I say, this will kick in once this hits 5.5 megapascals. It's just in the process of filling at the moment. So probably the next sort of, I don't know, half an hour or so, that should kick into action. And then I can see a little bit of liquid in here, or gas. Gas or liquid, either way. Right, what do you pump out? You only pump out to 5. Yeah, so as soon as I see a little bit of gas left in here, I know it's reached its point. But I'm just kind of like loading the system up with nitrous oxide and the fuel in the right places. So 4.38. So yeah, same with this system, right? So this is not going to kick into operation, I think, until this one also exceeds 5 megapascals. I can't remember. I don't 100% remember what the limits I put on them were. So, but yeah, once it does kick into action, I can start to see the impact of like this system on it. But yeah, what do you need to do? So a holding tank. So I need like a holding tank. Stop here. Good a place as any, I think. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's get a line coming in. Gonna need more pipe than that. Let's get some pipe and actually drop some of these bits I don't need. Maybe take these empties out. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Didn't see the T-piece on the floor. It's like, I've done that before. Yeah, I've done that today, right? I think, like, wired something in back to front. It's like, oh, right, yeah. We need to set up a server or something discount. If you could run mods on that, can't live without modular consoles now. I got used to it for a bit. Have you got a bit more to chuck? No, that's it. Okay. Right, what are you doing? Pipe. Need lots and lots of pipe. probably more than that, but... Community server could be fun. A lot of work, but fun. Yeah, so I think there's a... I know Urban's talked about Stationeers a little bit. I didn't check the... Okay, so I've got enough silicon, but I'm going to need more silicon. Next batch. And I think if I can get this through... I'm kind of thinking I want to get the rockets going sooner rather than later, so I'm kind of like... I think... should have a bit of a focus there, really. I mean, this system can just sit idly for a moment. How much water did you actually get go into that? I looked at the... I know it's 33%, but... what's the actual number of miles? It's 2... my visor's blocking the... Hold on. I'll do it that way. Oh, I need to get on top of it. Ah! Oh my goodness. Yeah. Get back. Right, there we go. Right. 13.6 miles. Okay. But it does represent 35% of what's in there. Yeah, okay. So when it comes to the combustion, so it's going to be like the next sort of thing that I... Can I measure the pressure in the output? Yeah, presumably. Yeah, so temperature in the inputs. Got ratios in the outputs. Yeah, so presumably there is a... I can measure the pressure in the output. There we go. I should be able to measure the temperature in the output as well. Yeah, okay. Well, let's get the plumbing in first, and then we can worry about the logic in a minute. The system's not going anywhere; it's idle at the moment. And you can turn the helmet off inside. I know I can do. Yes, yeah, I'm aware of that. What? Oh, you're kidding me. Fine, I'll do it that way. Okay, so it's just going to give it a little bit more space to store in. Why? You're going to put a heat exchanger here. So what was the heat exchanger in order of? What? I put this space aside because I was thinking I was going to need a heat exchanger. But what were you going to exchange the heat between? I'm not sure. Well, I want to make sure it stays. Make sure it stays warm. Wait, community server. When? I don't know. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, is it? I don't know. Let's have a look into it. You're going to pump this into a holding container at a set pressure, right? Then chill it to an appropriate... I mean, do you want, like, one reaction vessel, or do you want multiple reaction vessels for each stage? Well, if we use one reaction vessel, right, then you're waiting on it doing the first stage, and then doing the second stage, and then doing the third stage, and then, like, emptying before you can put new material in. Obviously, if you do it as a continuous, or if you have like multiple reaction vessels, then you can do, well, this stage is happening, this stage can be happening, and this stage can be happening, and you just kind of have like a continuous flow. So I suppose it's a question of like how much material do you want to process and how quickly? And how much space do you want to use? So I could use the same vessel to do all of the jobs. Have we considered Stirling engines to help cooling power generation? Stirling engines would be a fantastic way to take advantage of the thing with the Stirling, well, this might be a good place to actually install one. But obviously the way the Stirling engine works is you have the product, you know, you have the gas that flows through it, and then it exchanges its heat with the environment. Obviously, I'm looking to control. So this will be a temperature-controlled environment. So I don't really want to heat up this environment inside the base. In terms of the other heat exchangers, well, this is doing a job with this. Yeah, it's not on, so it's fine. It's not constantly on, I should say. I mean, it obviously is on. It's on when it needs it, but it's not constantly on. So there is. So I could probably go dump another tank here, and that would just increase the rate of flow. It doesn't look like this is struggling at all. Plenty of off time. Yeah. Yeah, maybe one more tank. I mean, I got space for it. I just speed up collection. Some pipes. Yeah, the pipes. We're getting there. We're getting there. So I still got to hook up this water line that's here, which is kind of what I'm working on over here. I'm just umming and ahhing about, like I say, whether to use one tank and do multiple different types of reactions inside of it, and then just grab the different bits as I need them, as I want them, in different stages, or whether to make it more of a continuous flow. Well, well, hold on. Does that mean you've decided then? Because you were talking about. Does that mean you're going filterless? Yeah. What do you want to do? Like, just dump the. Wrong pipe. That pipe. What? Just dump the oxygen and the. Dump the unburnt oxygen and the unburnt volatiles back in. What are you doing with the carbon dioxide? Well, feeding it to the plants. At what point? Well, I suppose the question is, at what point can we get hold of the carbon dioxide? Minimum condensation is 55, minus 55. Sorry, minimum, max liquid, minus 8. Oh, that's not too bad then, actually, is it? Minus 8. That wouldn't take much cooling and then much heating to bring it back up again. And then you could exchange. You'd want to exchange. Okay, well, question: single reactor or continuous process? In terms of the filters, this is it, right? These are the only filters you're using. And these are going to need replacing so rarely. I mean, especially if you upgrade them. But this is it. That gives me plenty of space. Just, I don't like where the ladder is. But you could use a ladder rather than stairs. No. So it doesn't really work there. I mean, you can walk round, but I mean, I like it's next to the other ladder. It was under here. Suppose that's an option. I do want it that way round, but no, because that's all awkward. What if it was like this on the end? That's all right. That's it gives me space either side here, and that gives me access up here. I don't think these will exist. I think the thing will be that side. So as long as I can walk back round a bit tight, but then I suppose, I mean, if this thing sort of docks out the way most of the time, this is obviously this rail's going to exist going round. I do need to feed the thing at some point. Obviously, the cabinets won't be here. to be fair, I could probably take those out. Space, yeah. Is there any dedicated plant foods for the alien race in Stationeers? No, they eat the same food that the humans do. So I mean, most of the criteria is the same. Like they need pretty much the same temperature, same pressure, eat the same food. Obviously, they're not. Well, I'm assuming they don't fall asleep in a high concentration of nitrous oxide, but that may or may not be true. I've not tested it. Maybe we should test that at some point. Who knows? I mean, maybe they do fall asleep. That'd be kind of funny. Like, be kind of funny if the gas they breathe out. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they do. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah. Otherwise, they're pretty much the same. I'm kind of assuming that they don't fall asleep in. I mean, maybe they're more tolerant to it. Be a bit of a weird mechanic if they did. But I don't know. I'll have to find out. Right, how's this doing? Not there yet. But you're at 5.5. It's literally on the. So any second now, we should start to see this turn into a liquid. Minus 50.3. So we're at minus 50.3. Oh no, you need to make it colder than that. Oh. Oh, okay, you've made a mistake there then. Yes, I've set this on the wrong... Which one? That one. Oh, it is actively trying to cool it down. It's this valve here, so what's that valve called? PV Vol N2 Chill. Right, so I need to check that that is actually operating at the right. PV Vol N2 minus 80. Okay, so okay, no, it's targeting minus 80. Okay. Alright, so the pressure is good. In fact, actually I can see my volume pumps turned off, so it's happy with the pressure as it stands at the moment. Obviously the pressure will drop as it chills. But yeah, it's all about getting the temperature down. It's a little, or you can already see the pressure's dropping. That pump's not on. No, that pump is on. Excuse me? No, 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 no. No. Right. Alright, well, we'll have to sort that out in a minute. So this is my first sort of test of the system, so... Okay, so which pump? VPN2 purge. So VPN2 purge activated when it should not have done. That's this one. Why did we go into the purge script? So here's the gas fuel harvest. So if you're in the purge script... Okay, yeah, so we've got 5 megapascals. So warm volatiles. So if we've got 5 megapascals down here, we skip. Oh, is that what happened? Oh, that's... Yes. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, hold on. You don't purge. You don't skip to purge. Skip to condense. Well, I still want you doing... You need to keep an eye on that. So that's based on the temperature, so you need to load the temperature in. And you need to be doing that. Means you're loading the pressure. Well, this is all condensing. So basically, you just don't want to skip it all, do you? That's what you're saying. I mean, obviously, I do want to keep this check in here. I want to keep this check tied to something else. Loading the pressure. Well, maybe purge is fine, but what do? You turn off the volume pump there, and then you just turn this on. You just blindly turn it on. That's the issue, is just the blindly turning it on. So this whole check here should be here. Yeah, so you made the assumption. You made the assumption that you were good. Right, so hold on. No, go back. That's fine. Just do not make the assumption that it's good. You're doing the same check, right? Yeah. Doing the same check. I'm doing the same check. So can I push this? I want to ideally I'd like to share this little bit of code between the two of them rather than duplicating it. But the thing is, this is the check to move on to the next stage. So you either need to change the check to move on to the next stage, or you need to duplicate this. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. there'd be 5 lines of code. Which is kind of why I don't really want to duplicate it. Can you check how many liters you have? O2 liquid. Yeah, sure. Give me 2 secs. I'll do that. I think let's put it back in. I mean, couldn't you use like a relative jump? Do it that way. Then you just have this code once with a relative. Yeah, then you load. Yeah. Why is it saying 4244 of? Never had this before. What? There's too many. The file size is too large. Seriously? Wow. Okay. I have never seen that before. I'm gonna have to take all my commentary out. Am I gonna have to run this whole system on 2 chips? All right. Well, okay. Well, this is gonna get its dedicated chip for it then. Okay. So why has nobody made a request? If you stop at 5 megapascals down here, when do you start? PR volt mix. What was the pump name? Vol fuel mix. What's the criteria for the vol fuel mix? So, more than 2.5 megapascals. So I'm looking to keep 2.5 megapascals in there. Okay, so you're loading into R2. You're saying, is R2 more than... So the other criteria is this one. Is this less than 2,500 litres? Oh, volume. Look, it's that volume error again. Which way around is it? Is it liquid? Volume of liquid? Volume of liquid. Okay, yes. Yeah, volume of liquid. Yeah, so that should be volume of liquid, not volume. Okay. still off? Be on. You be on? Why are you not on? Got it working. Mapping out the moon now. Cool, nice. So you wanted to see the amount of liquid over here. We have got 2,100 litres of liquid oxygen, minus 170. Yeah, so we started at 1,800. So we put like another 300 litres of liquid oxygen into there. We'll take a little bit. That's the mixing. So I'm looking at liquid fuel harvesting. Red streak was 1. And you're adding this, and then this is based on this. So this must be... Where's the end? Take that out. Let's put this back over here so I can check it. Liquid fuel, volume. Volume of again. I think this should be volume of liquid. Oh, hold on. Let's just double check. Double check the name. Double check the cable. Maybe the cable's not linked in. No, the cable's linked in. Yes, if I turn it on, it's actively being turned off.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, alright. Give me that one first. Alright, give me that one first. I'll check to see what that's bouncing back. Zero. Are you expecting 0? I'm expecting 1. Ah, so this is obviously what's going on then. So it's this. So register equals 1 if this is less than 2,500. Well, there is no liquid in here. It's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem. It's the... Because there's no liquid in there, it's not bouncing back no liquid, it's bouncing back not a number. Alright, well, can I force through... Alright, can I just... what I might need to do is just get the system up and running. Right, there we go. So we've got some liquid going through now. Wait, 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 it's not being managed. Why is it cold? It's alright, it's warming back up. It's warming back up, it's fine. So this is heat exchanging. This is heat exchanging back with this, which is exchanging with this. This is kept at 170, that's at 170. So this should come back up to 170, right? But obviously it's evaporating out. So I need to fill the space that's there. Oh, okay. Right, get in there. Well, do you want to push in a... Just push a little bit of liquid in there. Why are you on? Huh? Well, you are on, but why are you not bringing... What? There should be liquid in here, surely.
Hunger critical.
No. That's not right. Hold on, let me get a drink and food and come back to that. That's liquid regulator is the wrong way around. Yeah, yeah, so I've got this version, but I want that version. Right, okay. It, try that. There we go. Right, sound is back. Sorry about that. Like, I think I must have knocked the microphone and knocked the USB out. So I'm trying to fix it. Right, okay. Yeah, yeah. So I need to go that regulator is the wrong type of regulator. I got a back pressure, but I want a just a regular one. I want a regular regulator. Which is why it's not pushing. Man, I don't know why it's. I mean, it shouldn't really be on. Shouldn't be trying to do this. Oh, drat! You were meant to take. I was meant to take the name. Yes, I want that. That to 5%. Right. Yeah, so obviously it's able to turn into a. What kind of pressure am I looking at 100 and minus 170? Like 50. Anything over above 50 is fine. It sat there at 100, so 50 kilopascals or 50 kilopascals. Okay. Yes, it's low. Right. Just keep running for a minute or two. Hopefully you won't get too much freezing in there. Yeah, so you two are swapping through this. There's not a lot of material in there, so just why they're not swapping very quickly at the moment. Again, it's just a temporary problem. Right, okay. Well, you're fixed, but you are contaminated. Do I care about that? I mean, this will probably be self-fixing because this is gonna... I'm probably gonna burn through all of this trying to pressurize the base when I actually put the walls on. Do want to know why this was turned on. This is the gas fuel system. So what are you doing? You check the pressure in the tank. If it's more than a megapascal, don't worry about it. So obviously we all of these conditions must be satisfied. So volume of liquids. So the volume of liquids in there has to be more than 2,000. Obviously not a number for some reason doesn't count. But is it branch it less than? So if it's less than 2,000, skip. Obviously it wasn't skipping. liquid back gas fuel. So that was the, that's the name. So I need to copy that. Then it's looking at the ratio. So the ratio of oxygen has to be more than this, but the ratio of volatiles has to be more than this. So we're looking at a very, otherwise it skips. If it skips, it turns this valve off. It must have been here. How could it possibly get there? And the ratios... Oh, the code is off. The code is off. The code's not even running. Yeah? Code is doing... Code is doing nothing with the valve. What? Confused. The code neither turned it on nor turned it off. That makes no sense. Got mixed. So I'm going in here. So skip gas fuel. Skip gas fuel is turn the valve off. Otherwise we turn it on. Oh, because the hash has changed. Ah, of course the hash has changed, hasn't it? That's why. It's not this anymore. It's this. I need to update the hash. Right, so now it's on. So now I've just got to work out why is it on? Why would it even be on? You should be off. Right, well, let's just set you to 0% for the moment. And we can work out. Obviously, I'm mucking up my mix a little bit. Is there liquid in here? Yes. So it is measuring liquid. So presumably it's measuring... I don't need the ore scanner anymore. We have a tablet. Actually have a look at volume of liquid. Maybe it's done as a percentage of the tank or something. There's something somewhere. Volume of liquid, 0.144. It is literally, the volume of liquid is literally the number of litres inside it. Okay, alright, what is causing that pump to come on then? Yeah? I'm confused. Gas fuel, right, okay. So, load the pressure in the gas fuel tank. Is it less than 100? Is it less than 1,000? Well, yes it is, yes, okay. So don't skip. Load. The volume of liquid in this tank. If it's less than 1,000, skip. Okay. Fair enough, yeah. It's less than 1,000. If it's less than 2,000, skip. So you kind of want that the other way around, don't you? I still don't get why it's turning it on because of these. You're saying load R0 if it's greater. So if the ratio of liquid is greater than this. Oh, you dropped your number. You need to increase it. But equally, you're saying if the ratio of oxidize is greater than this, skip it. Anytime you skip it, you're turning that valve off. Why is it not turning my valve off for me? So even, okay, well, these two numbers need to go the other way. That's fine. But it's still ratio of liquid oxygen. Well, it's 100%. It's 1.0, right? It's all liquid oxygen. There is nothing. Okay, so hold on. Get the purple tablet. Ratio of liquid. Let's see what it says in here. So ratio of liquid oxygen. .014. Excuse me. No. Oh, because it's in relation to the gas. Oh. Oh, it's not reading what I thought it was reading. So I thought it would read the oh, right, okay. You probably want to read something else then. What can you look at the ratio of moles? Ratio of oxygen. Ratio of oxygen is 0.986. So the ratio of oxygen is looking at the gas, but it's ignoring the fact that 98.6% of the tank is gaseous oxygen, and the other 1.4% of the tank is liquid oxygen. Right, I'm gonna need. I need a ratio of ratios, or I need a better way to query the ratio. Because obviously as the tank fills and drops, they are going to be all over the place. Oh, that's annoying. At least I now know what's going on. You're at 170, you're at minus 190. I need more material in here. There's only a tiny little bit of gas, so getting that gas to change its heat is just... It's going in there. It's just going in there at 2 joules at a time. Can I stabilize you? Because you're going to be at your minus... Yes, obviously it evaporated, didn't it? Still evaporating. Just push a little bit more liquid in there. Well, the volume of liquid compared to its total capacity gives me the maximum ratio. So if I do 21.5 divided by 6,000, right? Sorry, what? No, that makes no sense. No, because it's the ratio of liquid oxygen is 0.456. That's huge. Oh, it's looking at the molar ratio. Oh, right. Okay, so it's not looking at the... Okay, so the... right. Okay. So the molar ratio... Okay. Do you want to factor in the gas? Obviously, there's going to be some excess oxygen in there. Do you want to factor in the gas? Well, I'm not pushing the gas through. Right. But I think there is an option to look at the total number of moles, right? So total moles... Output. What? Is there just a total moles? Probably just moles. I've got total moles in the output, which is 57.68. That makes... So that must be looking at the total moles in the pipe. Okay, so that's looking at the total moles in the pipe. Right, that's not something that I want. I want the moles in the tank. Total moles. 1573, right. Yep, so add those two numbers together, 1573. So we're looking at the molar ratio between... Oh, this is a headache. Right, so we're looking at the total molar radiate rate. We're looking at the molar ratio between the gas and the liquid. So what do you want to do in the code? I say... Hold on, I'm going to have to go back through this. So we want to go to the liquid fuel mixing. So from basically here on out... So it's, so let's just type it out a second. Okay, so I need to add that in, right? So one step, two steps, and then we compare it to these two. So I need to load from this tank. Right, what was it? Was it total moles? Wait, what? Okay, so let's load that into R2. Gas moles. How do I... Well, how am I going to do that? I'm not allowed to save it until I've got the... Is this like a limitation of the laptop, or is this a limitation of the chip? So awkward to go back through. Tells me the total number of moles. Don't care about the gas. So have you got a ratio liquid to gas? Ratio, no. So the only ratio I've got is the ratio in. Right, so there needs to be an extra step there then. I've got a volume. I've got a volume and I've got a temperature, so I mean I can do B equals nRT on it. Played it that way. Temperature, you're not actively, so there's nobody controlling the temperature on this. I think that's something you should do somewhere. Get temperature control on it. You exceeded the 4 kilobytes character limit which you can reach before the 128 lines. Yeah, I'm guessing that's new. Tiny ball of fluff. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm guessing that's something new. Because I don't remember... this is the first time that I've ever run into that problem. I don't remember running into that problem before, to be honest. I've had scripts that go all the way down, right? It's not really new. Okay. It's just the first time I've ever come across it. Okay. Right, where are you at? Liquid fuel mixing. So I've got my total moles, minus the number of moles in this gas. Well, it's always going to be oxygen. It's always going to be oxygen. But can I actually read that? So I can look at ratios. You want to look at ratio, oxygen. Ratio oxygen times total moles, right? Right, so that is the number of moles, total gas moles, right? It's always going to be oxygen. Right, so O2 moles. So total moles, okay, so subtract. What do you stored that into R2? I think you want to store that into R0. So subtract. So store into R0. Subtract the total moles, which is R2. So R2 subtract. There's R2 sub, yeah? A minus B. A minus B, yeah. So take the total moles, subtract the ratio of, or now the number of moles of oxygen that's in there. R0, right. That's that bit done. So O2 moles divided by the liquid moles. So this is the number of liquid moles. So the number of O2 moles divided by, so you're storing this in here. The number of liquid moles, the number of O2 moles. So what, sorry, what have you got here? Liquid moles. Number of liquid moles, right. This, can you not store that into R2? R2 not be a better place to store that. Right. So take the number, so obviously it doesn't need to be, it could be volatiles or O2. By liquid moles. There's a ratio. So I need to multiply this by R2. So multiply, I kind of want to keep R2. I think this is, I'm going to use R3 here because I need to keep this. So store into R2, R0 multiplied by R3. So this is the total number of moles of that liquid I've got, and then I want to divide into R0. Yep, yeah, because you're not used R0 yet. So you want to divide into R0, R2 by R0, and then you can test that against that number, which I think is the wrong way around. But then you also want to do the same thing. That's your volatiles. And you're looking at your oxygen here. So the whole same thing, right? So you take R0 times R3, which is the number of liquid moles, then you divide that by that. Then you test that against your number here. And I got a feeling those two numbers are the wrong way around. Because I think I subtracted when I wanted to add. Get to that in a minute. Right, so is that now a problem? Everybody's happy. Still trying to mix. Why are you trying to mix? So the liquid fuel tank, yeah? liquid fuel tank. Yep. Right, so you're reading the liquid fuel tank. Let's just run through it again. You load into R2 the total number of moles, then you load into R0 ratio of oxygen. You're multiplying and you're storing in R0. So the total number of moles times storing that into R3. R3 is the total number of liquid moles. Wait, hold on. Go back a step. You are taking the ratio of oxygen. The ratio, okay, well, let's just double check that. You're taking the ratio of oxygen, which is 0.544. You're saying 0.544 times the total. So 717 plus 856 times, was it 0.54? 849, 856. Yeah, it's about right. I probably marked up the number somewhere. 0.544. 717 plus 856 times 0.544. 855, 856, close enough, right? So you got your total, so you got your total number of, oh, no, you've done it the wrong way around, haven't you? Yep, I see what I've done. Or do I? So you loaded your total number of moles, yep. Then you got your ratio of gas. So this is the gas. This is O2 gas, right? So that's the number of moles of O2 gas. So then you took your total and subtracted. Yeah, subtracted the number of gas moles to give you the number of liquid moles from the total. No, so that's the total number of liquid moles in the. Yeah, no, that's correct. So you've got your total number of liquid moles, and then you're taking your ratio of volatiles and multiplying that by the number of liquid moles in there. Well, that's obviously 0. You're then dividing, so 0 divided by, what is R2? Well, that was here. Is this, hold on. I need to go look at what the ratio is saying. I need to go look at what the ratio is saying. Yeah, so... Hold on, there's a ratio? 0.05. What does that represent? So ratio of liquid oxygen, 0.456. Not got a ratio, you got a total. Yeah, but that's why I multiplied, so 0. Oh, what was the number? Made a little set for remote mining. Cool. 5 solar panels. Nice. Cool. Which celestial object for those measures? Because if you... Mixing more dangers. Well, not really. I'm just trying to get it working. Right. Sorry, where were we at? So, yeah, so this is the total number of moles. Where are you looking? Number of liquid moles. R3 is the number of liquid moles. Okay. You then load the ratio of liquid volatiles, or perhaps more importantly in this case, the ratio of liquid oxygen, which is bouncing back a figure of, what did it say? So the ratio of liquid oxygen, 0.456. .456. So that is looking at, so that's a ratio out of the total number of moles in the tank, including the gas. Right? I want to ignore the gas. I have to type that again. Sorry, hold on a second. So multiply this. Well, just work in moles, right? Just work in moles. So multiply this by the total number of moles in the tank. All right, let's preserve this then. Here you stored this into R2. Not store it into R2, store it into R3. R2 is now the total number of moles, it doesn't get touched. You worked out the number of liquid moles. Do you want that? Because you're looking at the ratio of the total. We're looking at a ratio of the total. You want a ratio of the liquids. Liquid moles, R3. So R2 is my total, R3 is my liquid. Right, okay. What do you want to do? This is the ratio, okay, so you want to multiply R0 by the total moles. This is the number of moles, this is the number of moles as liquid for volatiles, right? So then you're going to divide that by the number of liquid moles, which is R3. So divide, you stored it into R3. I think here you find store it into R0. So take R0 and divide R0 by R3. So you've got the moles of a liquid for volatiles divided by the moles of liquid, which then gives me my true ratio. Right, so that's what I need to do. So it's multiply R0, R0, R2, divide R0, R0, R3. Then R0 can be recycled, and it's the same for the oxygen. You want to multiply R0, R0, store into 2. No, don't store into 2. Then divide R0, R0, R3. Oh my goodness, that was more work. Right. Export that. The valve is still on. Why is my valve still on? Why would the valve... Oh my goodness. I need to find that debug. So what were you debugging? Volume of liquid. We worked that out. Right, so what is this? This should be the ratio of, so it should send the ratio of oxygen out of the liquids to the housing. Not a number. Okay, that's probably why it's on then, isn't it? How did you get to not a number? From the top. Total moles in the tank. Right? You're multiplying ratio of oxygen. This is the ratio of gaseous oxygen out of the total. So you take the total moles, multiply it by that ratio. So then you've got the number of moles of oxygen as a gas, right? It's always going to be oxygen as a gas because the volatiles will stay as a liquid. You're then you're subtracting and storing into R3. So R2, the total number of moles, subtract the number of moles of oxygen as a gas. Gives you the number of moles of liquid storing into R3. Yep, okay. So then you're loading the ratio of liquid volatiles. So you're multiplying, storing into R0. Yeah, because you've finished using R0, right? Yeah. So you're storing this into R0. So you're taking the ratio of volatiles and multiplying it by the total number of moles. That gives you the number of moles of volatiles as a liquid. Moles as a liquid for volatiles. Yeah, of volatiles. Right, and then you're then dividing and storing into R0 the moles of volatiles divided by the total number of moles, which gives you a... Oh! Why are you dividing by R3? Shouldn't you be dividing by the liquid? You should be dividing... Oh, no, you are dividing by the liquid. R3, yeah. Yeah, so the number of moles of volatiles as a liquid divided by the total number of moles of volatiles as a liquid. So obviously that should be 0. Right, and then based on whether it meets this criteria or not, right, and then you're sending that out to the fuel pump, whether it's a mix or not. Are you in the completely different bit of code? Yeah. You check the volume of liquid. Okay. Yeah. So you're just filling that tank up. Where's your back pressure one? This one. Why is this on? Is the pressure more than 1,000? Skip. Is the volume of liquid less than 2,000? Skip. Should be off, right? Should be off. So hold on, you're trying to diagnose two different problems at the same time, which are not related. What? Take the pressure in the fuel tank.
Critical.
Yeah? Is it less than 1,000? Then carry on. Look at the volume of liquid in this tank. If it's less than 2,000, skip. It should be skipping. The volume of liquid in this tank is less than 2,000. Branch less than. So hold on. Load this tank into R0. Check the volume of liquid. Volume of liquid. Volume of liquid is 21.5 litres. This is a... Volume of liquid, 21.5. Volume of liquid, 21.5. Load this tank. Look at the volume of liquid. Branch less than 2,000. 21 is definitely less than 2,000. Skip gas fuel. Skip gas fuel. Send here. This. 0. i.e. off. You're getting an instruction to turn on. Who is sending you an instruction to turn on? Because you should surely be skipping at this point. You're not skipping. Volume of liquid. Liquid tank, small insulated. That's what it is. Yeah, that's the same. Branch less than. If R0 is less than 2,000, go here. Go here. Send this hash. Liquid volume regulator. Called this. Yeah. Signal to turn off. This valve should be off. Why is it not turning that off? Okay, yeah, so this is not working because there's no liquid in here. There's no liquid in here because it's not working. Let's get this bit. I just need to get enough stuff in here that it turns into a liquid and can sit there as a liquid. And that should start controlling this properly. That's just a case of putting enough material in here for it to start registering what it's actually got inside it, I think. Trouble is, obviously, it's all evaporating. That was half a kilopascal. I forget what the volatiles was. So it's down at minus 170. $35 kilopascals. So it needs 35 kilopascals worth of pressure in there. Yeah, okay. It's got a little way to go. Yeah. Okay, so now there's a bit more material in there. It should exchange the temperature a little bit better. So sorry, what were you set to? Like 25, was it? 25? Was it 25? 25's a bit. About 250 maybe? Right, 6 megapascals. Okay, just need that to hit basically 30, 35, 50, something like that. Right, okay, so that'll start reading you, which will start making this stuff working. I've not misspelt this, have I? Yeah, I can't see it making any changes. Any other jump commands? There's a jump to volume warm is there, just before the script. The jump to mixed, which is just here, which is just before it does the process. Oh, it says branching, so skip mix goes here, so that's skip mix. Any other branching? Vol warm, purge, which is right here. Vol warm down the bottom, purge. There's no other, oh, you're running out of space, these could come out, actually. I don't need those now before the start. They're now set. Maybe you want to lock them. Yeah, maybe. Skip gas fuel, skip gas fuel, skip gas fuel. That's it, isn't it? That's I really do not understand this one. The right tank, it's got the right name. Load batch, you're loading the average. Liquid fuel. The only thing I can think is that you've got two tanks named the same thing. Liquid fuel, liquid volatiles. So there is a difference. This is the only other liquid tank, which is O2 store. That's a gas tank. Different hash. That's a gas tank. That's a gas tank. That's a liquid tank, but it's not even plugged in. I think that... No, was it this side, is it? Yeah. That one's not even plugged in. That's a gas tank. That's a gas tank. That's a gas tank. That's a gas tank. This is a liquid tank, but it's called NO2 liquid. That is it on this entire network. Because that's everything that's this side. It's the only stuff that's on this power. Got a gas tank, gas tank, gas tank, gas. It can't be reading the wrong tank. Is it reading? Hold on. It's not reading the wrong tank. It's just not reading the tank. Oh my goodness. Right. Okay, I think you should check to make sure that there's stuff in there before you start just pushing your stuff over. But, okay. But yeah, it's saying, I want volatiles. I'll take my volatiles. I want to bring the ratio up. Right, okay. Yeah, I might want a minimum. But I think before it pumps across, I might want a minimum storage in there. Otherwise... Well, I don't know, actually, no, because now there's gas in there, isn't there? So the pump can't physically grab the gas. Therefore, there will always be gas to mix the temperature with. So now that I've put the gas in there, it's fine. The only thing I think you should do is have a bit of temperature control on this. We've got a nice, big, huge 69,000 moles worth of O2 in here that we can actually use to balance out the temperature. So I think what I'll do is I'll just take a line, have a little passive system. Yeah, just, I mean, either side of this, right? So if I take this pump and I put this pump maybe here behind it, and I can just basically go either side and just change the temperature, right? Yeah, so I'll put the pump in here. Yeah, that's probably now got liquid fuel in it. Yeah. I'll just get rid of that bit for a minute. heat exchanger. We use that to keep these at a nice temperature. I believe it took me that long to work out the tank wasn't connected. Oh. Right, liquid to liquid heat exchanger. And that'll just keep this temperature nice. Liquid, yep. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, just bring it forward a bit. Yeah, I'll just bring it forward a bit, it's fine. Okay, so should see the temperature shift a little bit. Obviously, it's worked out that it needs more volatiles in here. We're not going to get rid of the gas that's in here. Is it actively asking for it? No. Right, so okay, next question is why is this one? I'm happy with this. I'm not 100% happy with this, but it's fine. So these guys should be mixing properly. So yeah, so the question is why is this valve not on? This is my pressure regulator volume fuel mix. Pressure regulator volume fuel mix. Pressure regulator. I'm not immediately... There we go, it's there. Right. So, what are you doing? So you are... So the first check is the volume of liquid in the liquid volume. Register equals 1 if it's less than 2,000. It's this, isn't it? It's this because there is no liquid in there. It's saying because there's no liquid in there, so this should be bouncing back a 1, but it's not because it's not a number. That's because the other one took too much. So I want the other one to stop. I don't want the other one to do... Yeah, okay, so let's fix this. This is my liquid... liquid volume pump, fuel volume. So let's put one more check on that one. Because that one stole too much. It got rid of the liquid, which stopped the other one working. So it's this one. There needs to be another check in here. It's turning on based on this. Liquid fuel mixing. I can skip the mix, so I want you to load. Where's the one it broke? This one. Yes, I'm checking the temperature. I'm checking the... I'm just literally checking the temperature. Okay, so I want you to take this one. Volume of liquid. And if it's less than... So BLT R0. So if the volume of liquid should fall below... yeah, how much would you want to keep in that? 100 litres? 50 litres? So if it should fall below 50 litres, don't mix, because I need that volume of liquid to be able to test for the other thing to work. Right, okay. Oh my goodness, right. Go back to PC. Is it working-ish? It is almost working. It's almost working. Right, you stop pumping out. Yeah, so I sort of need to prime the system. I have to have liquids in here for it to read liquids. I had a bit of an issue in here in terms of the mixing because the ratio wasn't a true... Well, there was two issues with this tank. Probably the biggest issue was the fact that I hadn't actually wired it in, and therefore it wasn't reading... It wasn't reading correctly. Which, yeah, that's an issue. But even with it not reading correctly, when it turns the ratio of liquids, it compares that ratio. So it doesn't just say, so you ask for a ratio of liquids, right? You say, what's the ratio of liquids in this tank? It doesn't just look at like, oh, well, you've got 98% oxygen and, 2% volatiles as a liquid. Nope, it compares this with everything else, right? Including the gas. I kind of wanted it to ignore the gas. So, unbeknownst to me, the tank wasn't plugged in, therefore it wasn't reading anything. But even if it was reading it, it would have been reading it incorrectly. So I had to do the bit of script that I did anyway, but it wasn't working. But it wasn't working because I hadn't wired the tank in. That was driving me up the wall for a little bit. There are some issues with not a number. So if it's not a number, it's not reading correctly. But I need a certain amount of material in here. to make sure it actually works. So now I'm telling it not to steal all of the material. So we keep a little bit left that we can actually examine. So this has got to keep at least 50 litres of liquid in it. Obviously, setting it up as well also means that the temperatures are... Because it's an empty tank, right? When you initially put the liquid into it, it evaporates into the space. And in doing so, it cools down more, right? It takes energy to make it evaporate. Which obviously changes the temperatures, so then you've got to balance the temperatures out. But yeah, it should all be working. And it's going to take a little bit of time to balance it all out, but it's going now, which means obviously while I sort the rest of the base out, it'll be doing the things required to get everything working. Cannot put a tank in there, but it is ready to go. Point 4. Where are you looking? Here. 14.2. Yeah, okay, so it's even slightly warmer than that. It's fine. Right, you can go off. Actually, this is perfectly safe in here, isn't it? Thinking about it, because this whole room is volatiles. Volatiles. Oh dear, I accidentally dropped some volatiles on the floor and they melted into the atmosphere. Like, so what? Yeah, this is fine here. Absolutely fine here. Yes, the oxygen I need to be careful of. Right. Okay. Yeah. So what you actually... Well, I need to stockpile some liquid in here. Obviously, at the moment, there's not a lot in there. Tank's not being read either. How many of these tanks have you not plugged in, Discount? It sounds like the better question is, how many tanks have you plugged in? Uh-huh. Well, I know there's... I mean, there is stuff that I've left because I've just not got to it yet. But yeah, when I'm coding these, they would have been helpful. Oh, drat. Never mind. 97%. Okay, so it's 97% oxygen in there. The liquid is 97% liquid. What? Like the liquid oxygen is 97%. Right. That's fine. It's fine. Okay, so the important thing is there liquid in here? Yes. Is it actively trying to pump that liquid into there? No, because there's not enough liquid in here yet. The temperature is also... Don't do that. Temperature is also not right. So temperature. So this is hot, so this should be trying to cool down. Well, that's why it's being allowed to evaporate. You could make this system better by expanding the amount of gas it's allowed to store. That would be beneficial. The amount of gas or the amount of liquid? The amount of liquid it's allowed to store. And that would work better. Well, do you really want to do... Oh, hold on a second. Threat me's being silly. Win. Who did that? What?
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
Right, I think that vent needs to move. Right. Toad! Hello, welcome in. Sounds like Pasty was a slacker. Pasty was a slacker. No, 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 no. Save the name, because you won't know what it's called otherwise. It is important. Obviously it decides when it's on and off. Why don't you push it on that cable just there? Right. You rename it? No, not yet. Why is there a pipe complaining? Who? Oh no. No, 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 no. Who's complaining? It's the oxygen you were mucking about with. This one. Yeah, just go back. Hold on. Right. Just everybody go back in there a second. And we'll get you worked out where we're putting you. Right, so obviously I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of this without...
Hydration critical.
Right, yeah, you do that, you do that. Let's get a separate vent for that. Okay. You know the thing that you didn't do? Okay, so that needs to be red. What was the thing that you didn't do? I did not... I took the safety off. To get a drink. Can Zrilian breathe from a tank filled with super fuel and thus remove the volatiles in that tank? Probably. I don't know. I've not experimented. So my Zrilian has yet to be in a high concentration of nitrous oxide. So I don't know if that's going to have an impact. And my Zrilian has yet to been in a high concentration of oxygen. So yeah, so I don't know what impact that will have on them. I mean, I'm kind of presuming they don't get sleepy. But I mean, I don't know. It could go either way, really. Every time you come in here, turn that on. Yeah, I'm gonna get a fresh one of those. Right. Did you come to a conclusion about... Did you come to a conclusion about the what you wanted to do with the waste? Like, I think I got sort of sidetracked. Yes, it's been a bit of a bit of a session of commissioning these bits and pieces. Right, so is this pump here? This pump is on. Okay, so yeah, so it's actively, so it now understands that it needs to actively put stuff in here. The pressure is high enough, the temperature should be coming down. We're losing 50 joules a second from it. It's not particularly quick, but it is doing something. Actually, it depends on what this is at. This is minus 148, minus 151. Yeah, so that's not particularly huge. This system here, are you actively running? You're not even on. So what? Use the jetpack, it's fine. Hey, so why are you not on? Sorry, are you sucking air in? Yeah. It would be sucking air in. But as far as it's concerned, the temperature is okay, so that doesn't need to cool it down. And what is the temperature? Minus 156. Aren't you designed to get down to minus 170? Oh, no, because it looks at the amount, doesn't it? It looks at the... What does it look at? It has to look at the amount down here, surely. Because anything else would not be safe. So how would you describe Stationeers? Stationeers is a physics sandbox centered around the handling of gases and liquids, handling of fluids, including or taking advantage of the ideal gas law and phase changes thereof. And in the purpose of creating off-world habitation bases, like in a variety of different environments, including obviously Europa, Mars, fictional locate settings such as Vulcan. Fun. I would describe it as fun, right? It's a fun problem-solving, type simulating, mess like making. Station is about having explosions when things go wrong. Yeah. It's I mean, in many ways, it reminds me of Kerbal Space Program. I mean, obviously it's a very different game to Kerbal Space Program in some ways, but in some ways it does remind me a lot of it in that it encourages sort of experimentation and learning through failure. And there is a learning curve to it. There's definitely a learning curve to it. But you try things, they don't work, but they don't work for a reason, and it's possible to work out what the reason was, why it didn't work, right? And then once you've got that bit of understanding, you can go back and redesign the system or make the tweaks to make it work. But yeah, fun. 1% doing fun stuff, 99% panicking. There definitely is a little bit of that in there. Cable's a little bit annoying where it is. But actually just physically reading the tank behind. Actually, I can get in between the valves. Right. Yeah, so the volume of liquids should just go up. Obviously, the temperature should just drop. Oh, my temperature in there's come down now minus 172, so that's good. All of the oxygen has evaporated. All of the oxygen has evaporated. So why are you actively not trying to pump that in? Because there is no liquid? Are you getting a divide by zero error? As far as the volatiles are concerned, it's 100% liquid. Yeah, okay. Are survival and gathering resources elements of this? Yes. All the oxygen. Might need some of that. I don't need any of it. I'm playing as a Zrilian, an alien. I actually breathe in... I need all of this stuff, right? I need all the volatiles. I breathe in volatiles and exhale nitrous oxide, which means occasionally, when the two mix, there might be either a small exothermic sort of reaction, giving off a little bit of heat and light, or in the wrong circumstances, there might be a big reaction, giving off lots of light and lots of heat. Hence, explosions, yeah. Right, okay, well I want a bit of storage for it to go into. I want a processing tank. Just a question of how many do you want? Well, you run it for a few seconds, and you got not much material to use. You can have a safety check in it, make sure it's not overpressurizing. That's fine, yeah. 1 tank or 2. 1 tank or 2. Well, the more tanks you have, well, it's not strictly speaking true. It depends which process is the slowest. Needs silicon. No silicon. Alright, we'll go do a little bit of resource harvesting. Or maybe you actually try and trade for it. You know what, I'm after... Let's see if we got a silicon trader. I've got the cash. Rather than going out and mining it. Maybe I'll get lucky. Either way, let's see what the next trader is anyway. Right, you're too big. I can talk to you anyway. Got 16 minutes. I mean, I could go increase the size of the pad. Won't be too difficult. I mean, I wouldn't even really have to do too much. 3x3 building. Oh, we got a small one anyway. Mission use. I cancel. What if I move it ever so slightly? Still interrogating. Okay. Ooh. Well, I can sell you lots of stuff for profit. Yeah, I'll take 100 of those. And we'll... recycle them. If you recycle them, will you get the silicon out, or will you have to put it through the thing? I think you're going to have to put it through the thing, aren't you? Yeah. It's not going to give me that much silicon anyway. Oh, sorry, actually, hold on, stop. May as well do them both together. Yeah, alright, well, we'll go get some silicon. Filters. Filters are okay. Food, water, yeah, it's alright. Make use of the glasses. Go on. Good one, might as well use them. That T-ray. Oh, it is T-ray. Oh, okay. Nope. Back to using the good old-fashioned Mark 1 eyeball then. Ooh, volatiles. Volatiles I'll take. You're basically going to be rocket fuel. Silicon. Copper oxides. Chris. Get lost. You are heading away from the base, right? Because there seems to be a lot of holes over here. No, you're not. You're heading back to it. What was that about getting lost? Got lost the right way, though. Sort of. I'll leave that there. I'll leave that there for emergencies. Ooh, that's what I can't see the base. There we go. That's it. I think that's it without getting the glasses. Or the tablet. Neither of which I got active. What you got? Yeah, almost 2 stacks. That'll do for a minute. Oh, its tank's almost out. Oh, hello. Got one sat right there. E, do you want to borrow it? Actually, how hot's this? It's 1,000. Okay, that's actually hot enough for silicon. you want the pot? Okay, so we pump into a tank there. Have I got another locker kicking about? Start getting that stuff moved. Really want to go one more for the cable. I think if you're going to go one more for the cable, probably put the pump in the middle. You know, this would be quicker if you just put it into your inventory. Yeah. Being lazy. Yeah. Why would you not go there? Oh, because the thing's there. Yeah, that also works. Don't have a storm hit the next couple of seconds while I'm tidying this up, please. Went everywhere, didn't it? Maybe that wasn't the best of ideas. Oh my goodness, it really did go everywhere. All the bits. I think that's all the bits. Something hiding somewhere. Right, what do you feel about this? It's a little bit more kind of like, obviously ignore those. Well, ignore everything behind. Yeah, kind of got the space to come in. That. See, these two things won't exist. This will be here though. You don't really have a way. You'll have to go forwards to go around it. Assuming you want to put this in. Well, I think I probably do. Right, I think what you should do is get... would you shut this off? Right only? Yeah, it's alright. Alright, let's get this... Okay, well, the whole of this space back here, then, can be dedicated to sorting this out. So, let's get it sorted. What do you want? Volume pump? Pressure regulator, where you can regulate the pressure using the volume pump. It's fine. In either way, really. Alright. So how's it going to work? Completely, I think it's going to have its own independent chip, right? Because I'm running out of space on this one. There's not too much to add to this one. There's just... Actually, that's already managed. Out of interest, how much heat did that put into it? Probably not enough to worry about, right? Yes, it's already hit temperature. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, this has got warm. So what's this? This is up to 5 megapascals. It's not going to get much warmer than that. That's alright, that's good. Oh, hello. Flashy lights. You've stopped. You've stopped. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, well, that's why you guys have stopped. There's nothing. 1.5. Why would you be up to 1.5? Well, because this has stopped, right? Has this stopped? 4.3. This should be on. Why is that not on? Well, that's not on. That's good. The chip is active, yeah? The chip is active. Why? Because it's too hot. Because it's too hot, that's why. So, yep. So that valve is on. It's trying to exchange the heat. It's cooling down at a rate of 1.6 kilowatts. Yeah. Yeah, when it purges, I don't want it to take all the nitrogen. So, let's... Okay, so it's 7 degrees off. Tell you what, leave that unplugged. Either disconnect... I'll leave that unplugged for a minute. I want to see how much nitrogen is left in there, and that will give me an idea of how much... So this just pumps out the excess, basically, and then it will leave whatever's left in there. So that shouldn't take too much to sort out. Right. Yeah, so anyway, over here. This is the thing you're working on. So yeah, you want a heat exchanger. You're going to put heat exchanger on this in the same way? Well, you want to lose a lot of heat, don't you? I'll probably come back and maybe use a couple of medium radiators again. Because they work pretty well. Well, they work too well. Oh, hello. I've got a regular heat exchanger. Oh, there's boxes everywhere. Hold in, that's good in there. Is that an ad break? Yeah, I got an ad break coming up. I'm going to go get a drink. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get a drink. This one. Let's get this. Signs go. Let's write the process out so I know what's going on, what stage. Right. Step 1 is pressurize to the water, presumably. Don't make it too cold. But. Yeah, so it will be the water. It will be the water first. Yeah, so if we cool it down to, I don't know, 350 degrees. Say 350C. And we'll push the pressure up to, let's say, 10 megapascals. But 10 megapascals and 350C. Is there anything else in there which is going to come out? So what you got? You got carbon dioxide. Well, 350 degrees is well above its max liquid temperature of -8. The carbon dioxide is fine. Volatiles, well above its max temperature of -80. Oxygen, well above its -111. Pollutants. Now, pollutants is going to be the one, isn't it? So pollutants max temperature is 152 degrees. So we're well above 152 degrees because we're going to be sat at 350. So we're going to cool it to 350. Lovely steam, yeah. So we're going to bring the steam out. Now, obviously, we're going to want this on... so a mixed system, then pump the liquid either way. What are you going to do with the gas? We're going to push the gas back in. Liquid. Gas. Yeah, either way. Like mixed. Alright, so let's condense it out. So I want a load of valves. In fact, actually, there's a break running. What I do really want is a drink. Let me get a drink, and then I'll be back in just a second. Alright, I'll be right back. Great. Cloud, hello. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. I'm gonna change the operation of the hot room. So rather than having an airlock, I'm just gonna pull all the air out the hot room into some kind of storage. I mean, it's relatively low pressure. It'll be fine. Anyway, that's going forwards. I'm lost. Where are we going? Wrong way. Behind you. That way. Haha. Yes. Right. I need some valves. I need some valves. Oh, got some anyway. Liquid volume pump. Yep. I want another one of those. You see what Red made yesterday? Sliding doors or clapping doors? I think I may have missed that bit. Fishlaw, hello. Wow, thank you very much for the 20-month. It's huge. Hey, welcome in. Thank you very much for the prime. Much appreciated. Volume pump. Good volume pump. One to the left, one to the right. Well, one into one system, one into the other system. They might both end up being, like, same side. So I need a purge valve as well. Yeah, so I think they'll both end up being on the right-hand side. Drop the liquids. Oh, you could put them on the back, I suppose. Bring the pipe down. Oh, trap. Okay, so this is going to be a mix of stuff. So we'll have one pump this side. Have another pump this side. That's inset into the wall now. Then you also need to return, so you're going to need a pressure regulator on here somewhere. At least you're getting water. Well, I'm sort of ready to get water. Not really getting water just yet. It's not automated or anything. Yeah, I'll do it there and I'll move this one on one. So you're gonna need to know what's in this pipe as well. We need a pipe analyzer somewhere. Okay. Oh, hold on. If you've got 10 megapascals of pressure at 350 degrees, what is that? If you've got 10 megapascals of pressure, 350 degrees, that is... oh, in a volume of 6 cubic meters, or thereabouts. So yeah, just randomly putting a few values in. So 15... Somewhere in the region of oops. Somewhere in the region of about 12,000 moles. So, and we know the ratio of just a bit of a back of the envelope type maths. So we know that the ratio in that pipe, is the brown pipe, is 33%-ish. 34.4, so 35% of that is water. So what do you say? 12,000? 12,000 moles, yeah? Yeah, 12,000 moles. So I have 12,000 moles of 350 degree water. 12,000. Sorry, yeah, of which 35%, so times 0.35. So about 4,200. So I've got about 4,200 moles of water, which is going to condense out into a liquid. So 4,200 divided by 55.6. That's the equivalent of 75 litres. I've got 75 litres of water in every tank. This pipe network is capable of handling 140 litres. Right? So it's about double the capacity as long as it's... Alright, so at 350, we're looking at 4.6 megapascals of pressure, so the pressure should be fine. What are you going to do with a... So you're going to have to force a gas in here as well, aren't you? Yes. So that's going to work two ways. Yes. So you're going to want a gas. You're going to want to pressurize it. You're also going to want to pressurize it. Oh, well that... Oh, hold on. There's a problem here. That's gonna impact that tank. So you need to either knock a valve off or do something slightly different. I mean, what are you using this space for? I'm not really using this space for anything. Everything this side is currently set in the wall. You know what? I'm going to move it off the wall. I'm going to make a bit of space. But I'm going to want to squeeze in a heat exchanger over here anyway, so... Want to give a little bit more space on it? I mean, it's 76 litres, and you've got 100 litre storage on there. As long as you don't put it more than 10 megapascal, as long as you pressurise then cool. Cool. What are you going to cool down to? Well, that was assuming 10 megapascals at 350. So actually, you can keep pushing it in. So as long as you make sure you're at 350 and then 10 megapascals, you'll be absolutely fine. Just don't go colder. Don't go higher on the pressure. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Alright. Yeah, so that gives me a little bit of space for cooling. In fact, you know what? What I'll do is I'll put the cooling in behind it. Like a little passive system back there. Step 1, pressurise to 10 megapascals, cool to 350 to remove the water. Step 2. Step 2. Step 2 is probably the pollutants. So step 2, you're going to want to drop the temperature. Well, just above the maximum carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide's the other one that's in there. That doesn't freeze until... So minimum condensation, minus 55. If you drop it to like minus 60... As long as the pressure's more than 2.3, that's going to get rid of all the pollutants. We'll have to calculate what the pressure actually goes to. But let's just pencil that in there for the moment. Where's my labeler gone? Ah. Minus 60. 35% of it will have been removed. Okay. Alright, well let's work that out. So we know what the temperature is, alright? We know it's approximately 12,000, but we know that we're going to remove 35% of that. So 12,000 times 35, 4.2, so 4.2, 12, 12, so 7.8 thousand. So we're going to have 7,000. So we're left with 7,800 moles in there, and then we're going to drop the temperature to minus 60, which means the pressure will be at 2.3 megapascals. Go back here and just have a quick look. Minus 60, 2.3. Oh, that is right on the edge. It's right on the edge. Thank you for the hydrate, Peter. It's right on the edge, isn't it? Well, you could cool it down further. As long as it doesn't drop below minus 80. Minus 80 is the carbon dioxide. You could push additional gas back in there. You could do. You could push some gas back into the pipe. It's not actually as much as 35%, it's only 34.4. I think we can assume that that's going to be pretty similar. But obviously the volatiles and the oxygens might vary a little bit. You probably want to put a gas back in there. I mean, you could mix some nitrogen back in there. Because that's going to muck about the temperature. Or... where you're looking at a mix of volatiles, oxygen, carbon dioxide and pollutants. You can take the pollutants straight out, just liquidize it. I mean, you could feed a bit of pressure back in, but then you're going to lose a little bit of water. I don't really want to lose any water. $34.4. Hold on, it's all back of the envelope type stuff at the minute. It might be alright. Let's assume... $7,872. 7,872. Got like an extra 70 odd moles in there. That would bring the pressure up to 2.325 megapascals. 2.325. What would that mean? So at minus 60, 2.358. 2.358 versus 2.325. So it wouldn't have enough pressure to fully squeeze it all out. All right, well, what if we drop it to minus 70? If we drop it to minus 70, we're going to look at a pressure drop to 2.216. And in terms of the pressure, it's right there, isn't it? 2.216. All right, what about minus 80? If I get it on the log scale, is that any better? Well, 79 is 2082. 2082 minus 79. 2021. Okay, okay. No, we could take it. We could take it down to minus 80. Right on the. It's right on the. So as long as we're careful, we dial it in really nicely, because the carbon dioxide won't liquefy until. Oh, minus 8. Max liquid temperature, minus 8. Yeah, but what are you at minus 80? Oh, at minus 80, you're a solid. Oh. Oh, are you looking at this? You're looking at this the wrong way around. Pollutants. How do you compare to... Oh, there is a cross point. You're going the wrong way. 5 degrees. Alright, so if we drop it down to 50 degrees... What if you run it twice? You run it once, right? Okay, so you push all the gas in, you run it once, you squeeze all of the water out. You're then left with everything else. You then run it again. So you bring in a whole new load of material to replace the water. And then you squeeze that water out, which will come out more readily because there is less of it as a proportion. And then you stop it. Then you go on to the next phase, which is to get rid of the pollutants. Now you've got a higher concentration of all the other gases compared to the pollutants. Do you? Why do you? You had a higher concentration of gases compared to the water. Yeah, but the water made up like 35%. So you're bringing them in ratio. Yes, you've got a higher concentration of the other gases compared to the pollutants. Because effectively you've replaced the water that you've already taken out with everything else in, like, what's it? And then you've got more stuff. You just got more stuff in there than you had before, and then you can squeeze it out again. And then it will come out more readily. So you can drop it to like 5 degrees. So if we drop it to 5 degrees, we need a pressure of 3.3. So at 5 degrees, I would need... At 5 degrees, I would have a pressure of 3 megapascals based on running it once. So if you ran it twice, what would you have? Well, you'd have the difference between... You'd have 4,000 moles of new material, but you'd have to lose 35% of that. So 4,000 minus 1,400. You'd have an additional 2,600 moles of material. So if I add 2,000 moles of material back onto this, so that become 9, oh, 10, 1072, something like that. Then that pushes the pressure up to 3.8. So if you run the water twice, right? Squeeze the water twice. We can then squeeze the pollutants at regular temperature. At 5 degrees. Right, So then we get pollutants. We get pollutants down here. We can set the pressure on this to keep this. Pump it in. Pump it out. Right. So that's all fine. So yeah, 5 degrees. So we've now got a mix of carbon dioxide,
Hydration critical.
some excess oxygen, excess volatiles. Tiny amounts of excess volatiles and excess oxygen. I mean, do you want to run a filter on it? Or do you want to go through the process again? Because, well, this is where actually running it as a batch probably makes sense, doesn't it? Because you can build up the pressure in each system once you've got rid of the preceding one. So what, you're just building up the pressure in the carbon dioxide? Let's do it as a batch. We'll do it as a... so we'll do it as a continuous... continuous... Yeah, scratch that. Tank 1, water. Tank 2, pollutants. Tank 3. Well, technically the carbon dioxide will come out easier, but you probably want to get rid of the volatiles first, right? Let me yeah, let me think about that one. Because the carbon dioxide's gonna freeze. I mean, do you want to just freeze all of it? Well, no, I wanna harvest the carbon dioxide. I don't really care about the other two. I mean, you could just exhaust them. Well, if it's cold, oh, you could just dump the other two back in the fuel, right? And then the fuel mix will just get them correct. Yeah, just like -50, right? Yeah, I mean, it'll be safe. If we're cooling the carbon dioxide down, just continuously comes out as a liquid.
Hunger
Just,
critical.
yeah, okay. All right, I gotta cool it here. I got some bits and pieces to do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, alright. I've got a plan. I'm gonna swap it out to a continuous process, because I think that just makes more sense. We just make sure that we don't pump any water anywhere. It's all good, it's all good. I just go over here and get the food and water. Ice Forge! Welcome in. But yeah, I do have to be quick. A bit of a flying raid. Well, quickish. The car forge. The car forge? Uh-oh. Alright, okay, just set up for next time then. Yeah. I've got a note somewhere on my desk that says what time I've got to be off by. Nope, No idea. It's disappeared. How much time do I have? I don't know. Down. I did write it down. But if you kept hold of the note you wrote it down on, would have been sensible. Nope, I'll have to have a look in for a minute. Yeah. But yeah. Yep. Got it. Oh. 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 Yeah, okay, no idea where I wrote that down. Probably on the thing. So on my way home, finished building a sandblasting box on my own. Oh, cool. The garage. Nice. Cool. Yeah, anyway, I'll wrap this up. I'll pick this up on Friday. Probably do... Save and exit. Yep. And we'll get that in and finished on Friday. Obviously, it's collecting fuel, it's working through. I'm 95% happy that that stuff's now working. But yeah, I'll give it a quick check next time round. But yeah, cool. Cheers. Thanks everybody for being around. Avak, thank you very much for the raid. We will go. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'll check you. I need to pay somewhere. I'll check you, Urban's way. Urban, fantastic streamer, doing a little bit of Kerbals. Just switched from Vintage Story. Just started doing Kerbals a few minutes ago. But yeah, please do go hop along, say hello to Urban, wish him well. I got to shoot out, so it'll be a bit of a flying raid from me. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Take it easy. Thanks very much for being about, and I'll catch you next time. Cheers. Cheerio.